A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Tender-hearted, and now, the Goldbergs. Molly's social conscience is as wide and tender-hearted as anyone else's in the world. And besides, she has the courage of her convictions. Now that Molly knows that people in the town won't buy chickens from Mr. Way because he was recently released from prison, Molly's decided that she's going to make a fight for it. This morning, as she prepares breakfast for her family, Molly's mood of anger is softened, but her determination is twice as strong. Listen.
Lay down, Spotty. Come if you want your breakfast. Come if you want your breakfast. Don't jump. Family?
Good morning.
Good morning, family. All right, go in. Family?
Yes, Ma.
You're going to be busy this morning.
Well, I'm going to the mill and then I'm going to school. Why?
Nothing, only, if you didn't was going to go to the mill, you could take me.
Where, Ma?
Well, I want to go personally to speak to the proprietors of the hotel about, Mr. Ray and Orion and getting the orders for the chickens. So you know, Sam.
Why don't you let them do that themselves, Ma?
Because it's not going as should be, Sammy. That's right. Just sit down. I'll give you breakfast. It's not going as should be, Sammy. That's right. You put some rice in there. Cereal, Sammy?
A little.
You see, the man is trying to make a living.
I wouldn't interfere, Ma.
I'm not interfering, Sammy. I'm not interfering. People don't have to take Mr. Ray into their hearts and make him a friend. But, every man should have the right to go where he pleases and work and be accepted like anybody else. On the days when that isn't possible, family, then Lastonbury won't be Lastonbury. Don't forget, from little acorns, big oaks grow, family. Today it'll be Mr. Ray. Tomorrow it'll be somebody else. It's not right. Milk in the cereal, family, dear.
Please.
Why is there another excellent pile upstairs, sir?
Oh, she'll wake up the whole house.
Now, Tom, please.
Excuse me, Sammy.
Well, Ma, take it easy.
All right.
Rosalie, see to put an extra pile.
Come here, Saul. Here, boys. Huh. Always hungry, huh? Come on, catch. Go away.
I'm afraid that
Come on, go away.
on the right side.
Oh, Ma, he has plenty on his mind.
Don't I know?
It's not so pleasant having a house full of people. I mean, Ma, with due respect to Mr.
So why do you think I want to build up the business for them and then help them? You're up early, Bertie, now.
The early birdie doesn't miss breakfast.
I just want a glass of boiled water, if you don't mind.
Is my coffee coming?
I'm spilling you, Jane. Somebody see me, please.
What? Oh.
Thanks. Here's your water, Bertie.
Thank you.
My coffee, please.
Mr. Goldberg, if you would take a glass of hot water with a pinch of bicarbonate.
I know a better cure for me in the morning.
You do?
Here, Jane.
All I can say is I know what it does for me.
Sugar?
Maybe it's your glands, Mr. Goldberg.
No, it's the atmosphere.
Always joking. Always joking.
Bicarbonate she offered me. That's the bread.
If you don't feel well, Pa, then maybe you shouldn't go to the mill this morning.
Who said I don't feel well?
Who said Papa don't feel well? I'll get you some more cream, dear. You could drive Mama to the hotel, Pa, if you...
Why don't you eat your breakfast? What hotel?
My best dish I broke.
What hotel?
My best cup.
What hotels are you driving to, Molly?
Hotel, sir. Nothing. I only said. I only said. I said that Sammy had the moment to spare. He could drive me. But he's busy and you're busy, so never mind. It's not so important. I said I would personally go to speak to a few proprietors about giving Gory an order. If I can go, I'll not go. I'll use the telephone. Say cream, dear. Just pop of sugar. Lump. Why should I bother anybody?
Don't.
I won't.
Get my hat. Where's my coat?
You didn't swallow a cup?
I can do without swallowing a cup. If we are going, so let's go. Come in.
All right, Pa.
That's not all right. When I say come, let's go. Kitten farm. Border. Beauty parlor. Coming,
I'm getting my coat, Pa.
I'll see if I can get a chauffeur for you, my dear. If I succeed, I'll call you. Are you coming, Sammy?
Goodbye, Ma.
Bye.
Come on, Sporty. Boy, come on. Come on, boy. Come on.
What are you looking for, Rosalie?
My book.
Over here.
Ma, why don't you learn how to drive a car yourself?
Me?
Why not? There's nothing to it. If men can drive, then so can women. Goodbye, Mama, darling. You don't mind when Papa gets angry, do you?
No.
You know that he never means what he says.
Don't I know?
You don't feel badly?
No.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, darling.
I love you, Mama, darling.
Why?
If I knew, I wouldn't love you as much as I did.
Tell me.
You'll be late. Goodbye, Mama.
Bye. Did Papa took the car?
No, because they're walking. Why?
Nothing.
Goodbye, Mom.
Bye.
Bertie? Yes? Can I see you a minute? Did they all go? Because I'm in my kimono. Yes. Is there any coffee left, Mrs. Goldbergs?
Yes, surely. Sit, Bertie. I'll spill you. Bertie.
Yes.
You're a good driver already, huh?
Wonderful.
How long does it take to drive wonderful?
It didn't take me long. Why should it take you long?
You think it wouldn't, Bertie?
I could teach you. Really, it's very simple, Mrs. Goldberg. You think millions of people who are driving cars are born that way?
You could teach me, Bertie.
Why not?
Now?
Why not?
Right now?
Huh? Surely. As soon as I finish my breakfast.
When Molly gets an idea into her head, there's no use ignoring it. She must fulfill her hopes, but all Molly's hopes and Bertie's confidence are not going to make driving a car a 2-hour lesson in perfection. I confess the idea of Bertie's teaching Molly to drive Jake's car, the apple of his eye, makes me feel very uneasy.
Palmolive Soap, Colgate Dental Cream, and Palmolive Shave Cream bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. One of the truly fine friendships our Miss Brooks has made in her years of teaching English at Madison High School is the one with her landlady, Mrs. Davis. Their friendship is so close that there are times when each knows what the other is thinking without either saying a word.
No, not one word. All Mrs. Davis has to do is raise 6 fingers, and I know just how many weeks I'm behind in my room rent. And all I have to do is make a circle with my thumb and forefinger, and she knows how much chance she has of getting it. However, last Thursday morning, when another week's rent was due, Mrs. Davis was at a meeting of her Ladies' Aid Club, preparatory to inaugurating their new clubhouse that evening. Taking her place at breakfast with me was one Walter Denton, who usually managed to eat as if he were 3 Walter Dentons. On Thursday, he was doing his best to live up to his reputation. You enjoying your breakfast, Walter? Just nod your head, boy. No words could possibly escape through that barrier.
Pardon me, dear teacher, but you caught me with my jaws chock full of Mrs. Davis's salubrious victuals.
I I know. The trick is to catch you when they aren't. Now, if you're through, we'd better be on our way to school.
All right. But first, I have something to show you.
Really? What?
Well, if you'll step to the window and pull up the blinds, I'm sure you'll get a big surprise.
What are you going to do, push me out?
Come on, Miss Brooks. It's standing right in front of the house.
All right, let's see what it is.
There. Feast your lovely orbs upon it, dear teacher. Your newest means of transportation.
Where? All I see out there is a broken-down moving van.
Isn't she a beauty? I own it. Or rather, Bone Snodgrass and I own it together. We traded our jalopies in for the moving van the day before yesterday. As soon as we saw it, we knew this would be the perfect business for the firm of Denton and Snodgrass. A firm that combines brawn and brains.
Really? Who's the third partner? Oh, you're the brains.
Yeah, and to prove it, I already have our first order from Mrs. Conway, a friend of my mother's. She wants the stuff delivered tomorrow morning. Yeah, out in yonder van is her entire one-room suite of furniture, complete with chandelier.
Oh, good. My one ambition has always been to ride to school hanging from a chandelier. So far, you've had me hanging from everything else.
I'm not kidding, Miss Brooks. This venture is the most important of my life. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm still faced with one or two problems, one of which I feel certain you can help me with.
How?
Oh, it's very simple. It concerns where I'm going to leave my moving van overnight tonight. I thought you'd persuade Mrs. Davis to let me leave it in her driveway. Would you, Miss Brooks?
Well, I suppose...
Oh, thank you, Miss Brooks. I knew you would. Well, now that that's all settled, I guess we'd better be on our way to school. Yeah, unless you want to pick up something before we go?
Only the rest of my last sentence. However, I suppose you could leave the van in our driveway overnight, since Mrs. Davis won't be using her car till it's repaired. Now, we'd really better get going. Unfortunately, I have to see Mr. Conklin first thing this morning.
You do? Well, now that is a coincidence, since Mr. Conklin happens to be the second problem you can help me with.
I'm sorry. One truck is all our driveway can handle. That is, you'll have to handle Mr. Conklin yourself, Walter.
No, it won't be difficult, Miss Brooks. It's just that I have to drive this van past his office window to put it in the school parking lot. And if he happens to see it, he's liable to erupt like Old Faithful.
Oh, our boy is at least twice as juicy. But I fail to see how
all you have to do is keep him from looking out of the window for a few minutes, Miss Brooks.
I guess I could do that.
Well, of course you could. Just keep him looking at you.
That's an idea, Walter. If he can spoil my morning, I can spoil his.
But Osgood, I promised the ladies you'd speak when we inaugurated our new clubhouse tonight. Can't you possibly make it?
Martha, there's nothing I'd rather do. Nothing in the world. But can I help it if I have to be out of town tonight on business for Mr. Stone?
Oh, I suppose not. But this business for Mr. Stone certainly came up awfully suddenly.
Well, you told me about the meeting awfully suddenly. That is, I would have let you know sooner, but I didn't think it was necessary until you told me about the meeting.
Well, it certainly seems strange to me. You had to go out of town for Mr. Stone the last time my Ladies' Aid group asked you to speak to.
The man has a simply uncanny knack of picking just the wrong night.
Osgood, it isn't the $50 you were asked to contribute after we inaugurated our last clubhouse, is it?
Magnolia blossom. How could you even think such a thing?
If for a moment I thought it was the $50.
Oopsie, girl. How could you doubt your Osgood? Oh, just a moment, Martha. There's someone at the door. Come in.
Good morning, sir. I have the report.
Oh, it's you, Miss Brooks. Excuse me. My wife's hanging on the phone.
Well, quick, cut her down. You're speaking to her. Well, go right ahead, sir. I'll wait.
Hello, angel eyes. Just put all those horrid doubts out of your mind. When your Osgood says he has to go out of town on business for Mr. Stone, your Osgood means exactly that. I'll see you before I go. Goodbye, pet. Miss Brooks, can you imagine my wife not wanting to believe I have to be away from home overnight?
Seems incredible to me. Then you really have to go away on business, Your Osgood? Mr. Conklin?
Of course I have to. Do you think because my wife's Ladies' Aid group wants me to speak and perhaps contribute $50 tonight, that I'd resort to the twin shames of deceit and subterfuge?
Which hotel are you staying at in town, sir?
Oh, I wouldn't dare stay at a hotel. It's much too risky. Well, if you must know, I simply can't afford the $50, Miss Brooks. And now that my secret is out, perhaps you can help me find a place to sleep tonight.
Oh, I'd like to, sir, but our driveway is already spoken for. That is, most of the people we know are members of your wife's group.
I know, and if she ever finds out of it... You. What was that?
What was what?
Those sounds outside my window. That was either a truck backfiring or those were shots.
I knew someone would catch up with Miss Enright sooner or later. Isn't it awfully bright in here, sir? I don't know when I've seen such a glare from the sun. I'd better pull down your shade.
Glare from the sun? What are you talking about? How could there be any sun in here this time of morning? My windows face west.
Well, the days are getting awfully short this time of year. Anyway, there's no use waiting till the last second. Now, I'll just pull...
That is a truck backfiring. Well, I'll soon see what it's doing outside my window.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin, I'm certain...
Holy cow, it's a moving van. And Walter Denton's driving it to our parking lot. What is that idiot Denton doing with a moving van?
Maybe his books are heavier than the other kids.
Miss Brooks, you didn't want me to see that van pass my window, did you? Now, suppose you tell me what this is all about.
Well, since you've already seen it, sir, I suppose there's no harm in telling you that Walter and Bone Snodgrass have gone into the moving business together.
They've gone into the moving business?
Yes, sir. They've already got their first order from a Mrs. Conway. Her entire one-room suite is on that van. They're delivering it tomorrow, and they just need a place to put their van till they collect the money for it. Tonight, I'm letting them leave it in our driveway, and
so you're a collaborator on this scheme. A scheme which is against all the rules of this school. Using school property to conduct a full-time business is the severest offense I can conceive of. An offense demanding instant expulsion from... They've got a one-room suite on that van.
Shall I tell them they can re-enroll now, sir?
Miss Brooks, is that a complete one-room suite?
Yes, sir. Complete with chairs, bed, and built-in principal. It's got...
I think it might be just what I'm looking for, Miss Brooks. Yes, just what I need. A perfect place to spend the night. Now, no one must know about this, Miss Brooks.
Oh, no, sir.
Neither students nor faculty. This is a secret which you must carry with you to your grave. Understand?
Yes, sir. If I don't, that may happen a lot sooner than I expect.
Miss Brooks, wait a minute.
Oh, hello, Mr. Boynton. How's everything?
Well, Miss Brooks, I'm faced with a problem. Now, I don't want you to think I'm crying on your shoulder.
Just put your head there and let me worry. I won't, Mr. Boynton. What's your problem?
Well, it's the same old thing. That is, it's something old and yet something new.
Make that something borrowed and something blue, and I might get interested. I still don't understand.
Well, I'm slightly in arrears in my room rent to Mrs. Miller.
But we're all slightly in arrears in our rent, Mr. Boynton. How much are you behind?
Counting this week?
Yes.
3 months.
I'll give you Mrs. Davis in 6 weeks. Say, you are in trouble, aren't you?
Up to my neck. Mrs. Miller is so angry she threatened to hand me my eviction notice if I didn't have some of the rent by tonight. She's stopping by before her Ladies' Aid meeting at 8 and again when it's over.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, the only thing I can do is find some other place to stay overnight. Oh, I know by tomorrow she'll calm down and reconsider. However, I did think of one possibility. A place you could help me with where no one would think of finding me.
Where, I'm reasonably certain.
Well, now, don't laugh when I say this, but Walter's moving van would be perfect for my purposes.
That's not a moving van, that's a hotel. Mr. Boynton, I'd like to help.
Walter told me it'll be in your driveway overnight. And if you'll let me stay there, I'll be in your debt as long as I live.
Well, all right, Mr. Boynton, but there's something I'd better warn you about in case you wake up in the middle of the night.
What's that?
If you happen to find 2 feet in your face, don't be alarmed. They're not yours. Well, when I agreed to let Walter leave his moving van in Mrs. Davis's driveway overnight, I had no idea I'd have to put a quiet, do not disturb sign on its rear doors. But with Mr. Conklin and Mr. Boynton persuading me to let them use it as sleeping quarters for the night, I felt like a desk clerk without portfolio. I was quietly cursing the brains of the firm of Denton and Snodgrass on my way to the school cafeteria at noon when I happened to run into the Brawn.
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Bones. How's everything with Denton, Snodgrass and Company?
I think you made a mistake, Miss Brooks.
A mistake?
Yeah, there's my brother Stretch Snodgrass and me. Both Snodgrass, but there ain't no one named Denton Snodgrass.
I'm talking about Walter Denton.
Oh, well, I'm going to meet Walter after lunch. And boy, have I got some good news for him.
You have?
Yeah. Well, that Walter thinks he's so smart just because he got an order from Mrs. Conway. Wait till he hears about the order I got. Mrs. Davis gave me an order to move all her furniture from our old clubhouse to a new one tonight.
Mrs. Davis can't do this. Not with Mr. Boynton and Mr. Conklin asleep. Excuse me, Bones, I've got to make a phone call in an awful hurry. Of all the people to pick to give the moving job to, I can't...
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Davis. This is Connie.
Oh, Connie, could you call me back a little later? I'm expecting phone calls from Maud Richards, Peggy Lowell, and Sally Norton about the clubhouse inaugural tonight. If I talk to you, I'm liable to get all confused.
You won't get confused. I want to talk about clubhouse business, too.
Well, all right, if you say so. What is it, Maud?
Mrs. Davis, please. Look, I'm calling about the moving job you gave Walter and Bones Snodgrass. You've got to cancel it.
But why, dear? Walter and Bones are such nice boys. They deserve to get a start in business.
Of course they do, and I wouldn't ask this of you unless there was an excellent reason. I'll tell you what it is if you'll keep it a secret. Promise me you'll forget it as soon as I tell it to you.
Oh, you can trust me, Sally.
I can't think of anyone I could trust more. All right, Mrs. Davis, the reason I'm asking this favor is that Mr. Conklin and Mr. Boynton are going to be in the moving van tonight.
Really, dear? Who gave the order to move them?
They're sleeping in it, Mrs. Davis. Neither of them wants it known where they are for one night.
How exciting. They're hiding out. Well, trust me to dummy up, kid. I wouldn't squeal when 2 of the mob are keeping under cover from the bulls.
Oh, fine. Our television set has been fixed again. Then you will call Bones, Mrs. Davis.
Of course I will.
Can I depend on it? Just as soon as I hang up?
I'll do it as soon as you hang up, Peggy.
All right, then. Bye, Hortense.
Gosh, Walter, I don't understand what happened. This dame give me the order, and an hour later she calls back and cancels it.
Well, don't let it bother you. I got another order myself a little while ago. The biggest order we've had so far.
Hey, that's great. Who'd you get it from?
From Mrs. Conklin. I phoned her a half hour ago, and we're moving all the furniture from her old clubhouse to her new one tonight. How's that for using the old bean?
Boy, I gotta hand it to you, Walter. I wish I had thought of that idea.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, I don't understand the rush to get over here. It's only 8 o'clock.
I wanted you to get comfortable before Mr. Conklin arrived.
But you said he wouldn't be here till 9 o'clock. That gives us an extra hour in this moving van.
I know. Full hour. Alone. In a crowded moving van. Just the 2 of us. You and me. Let's sit down, shall we, Mr. Boynton?
Say, I just noticed. There seems to be a lot more furniture in here than earlier in the day. Extra chairs, tables, that big couch.
Probably the rest of Mrs. Conway's suite. Sit down, Mr. Boynton.
Well, maybe so, but those pictures of Washington and Jefferson weren't here earlier either. Nor this huge American flag.
No, they weren't. Sit down, Mr. Boynton.
What would Mrs. Conway be doing with a huge flag in her room?
Maybe she likes to salute before she goes to bed. Sit down, Mr. Boynton.
Well, this couch is nice and comfortable. You know, Miss Brooks, this situation would really be rather humorous if it didn't have such serious overtones. Did you ever imagine we'd sit huddled together in a crowded moving van, just the two of us, with just a dim light bulb between us and complete darkness?
You haven't got a BB gun on you, have you?
Well, I suppose we might as well do something while we're waiting for Mr. Conklin to arrive.
Yes, we might as well, mightn't we? We might as well do that. We certainly might.
Now, what would be something for two people to do in the semi-darkness of a gloomy movie?
Two guesses, and I'm already puckered up.
Oh, I've got it, of course. Let's play ghosts.
Why play it? I already am one. Mr. Boynton, if playing ghosts is the only thing you can...
Good evening, Miss Brooks.
There it is, haunted. Oh, I wasn't expecting you so early, Mr. Conklin.
Apparently not. Mr. Boynton, what are you doing here? Miss Brooks, does Boynton know about me?
Yes, sir, but you don't know about him. Mr. Conklin, this is your new bunkie.
My new bunkie?
Yes, sir. You see, since we're both in the same boat, trying to avoid a member of the Ladies' Aid Club for one night, Miss Brooks and I figured you wouldn't mind if I slept here with you. I'm no trouble at all during the 8 hours I'm asleep.
And to prove it, just watch him the 16 hours he's awake.
Well, I don't care what kind of a roommate you are, Boynton.
Well, folks, the doors was open, so I just...
Snodgrass? Snodgrass? What are you doing here?
I think you made a mistake, Mr. Conklin. There's my brother, Stretch Snodgrass, and me, Bone Snodgrass, but...
We know there's no Snodgrass. But what are you doing here, Bones?
Well, I might as well ask you all the same question. It's my moving van.
Yes, but it's our question.
Well, Walter and me have got this furniture to deliver right away. So far, this deal has been nothing but a lot of anger-ovation.
Anger-ovation?
Yeah, you know. Exasperation.
Oh, you mean irritation.
That's it. Now, if you'll step inside, Miss Brooks, I'll pull up the ramp.
What?
Snodgrass, where are you taking us?
All right, Walter. Let it go.
Let it... Miss Brooks, we're moving.
Yes, sir. That's what frequently happens with a moving van.
Snodgrass, I insist that you tell us immediately where we're going.
It'll only take a couple of minutes to deliver this furniture to your wife's Ladies' Aid Club, Mr. Conklin, and we'll have the van right back in the driveway.
Oh, well, if it'll only take a couple of minutes to deliver it, I certainly won't be unreasonable about it, particularly since we'll be using the van for the... Deliver this furniture to my wife's Ladies' Aid Club!
Deliver the furniture to Mrs. Conklin's Ladies' Aid Club?
I vote aye and make it unanimous.
Snodgrass, have Denton stop this van immediately. Immediately. Denton, stop this truck at once. Halt, I say.
Looks like he's forgotten the password. He can't possibly hear you, sir. All this furniture's made the interior soundproof.
Yes, but Miss Brooks, in another minute we'll be at the new clubhouse. What am I going to do? I've only got one more minute. Now, please, Miss Brooks, help me.
All right, you start thinking of a speech while I look through your pockets for the $50. The only other thing I can think of is for you to hide, sir.
Good, very good, yes. Now, where will I hide?
How about the big couch, sir? You could stretch out under the soft cushions.
Yes, good idea, under the cushions. But are you certain no one will see me under them?
Even if they did, it would look like nothing but more cushions.
Miss Brooks, can I use the couch, too?
Nothing doing. You had your chance before. But maybe you could get behind the couch. Now, hurry up. The van's stopping. Bones, lower the ramp and then go up front and tell Walter to stay up there until I can get rid of Mrs. Conklin.
Okay, Miss Brooks.
pleasant surprise.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Conklin.
Are you here to help us launch our new clubhouse?
Just hand me a champagne bottle and stand back. That is, I felt since Walter and Bones were driving over anyway, I'd come along.
Oh, it's a madhouse in there, my dear. 100 women milling around and practically no furniture. Why don't we just sit on the couch in the van and talk?
Oh, sit on the van and the couch? I mean, sit on the man and the couch. Talk on the couch to the van? We can't sit on the couch, Mrs. Conklin.
Oh, why not? Nothing happened to it on the way over, did it?
That's it. Something happened. Something dreadful happened to the couch.
Really? To its legs?
That's it. It acquired 2 more. It lost 2.
Well, it looks perfectly all right to me. I'm sure whatever happened won't prevent us from sitting on it.
Oh, no, really, Mrs. Conklin, don't sit there. You'd better not.
What was that?
What was what?
When I sat down just now, I heard an oof.
That was I. When you sat down, I said you'd better get oof.
Wrong with this couch. Why, it's sturdy as can be. Look, to prove it, I'll stand up and flop right down on it again.
Oh, no!
Now, just watch. You see, nothing happens when I fall down. Don't tell me you didn't hear that, Miss Brooks.
Maybe the couch creaked. Many couches do that, you know.
I heard a groan.
Very few couches do that. But we'd really better go in.
There's someone under those cushions.
Oh, no, there couldn't possibly be.
Miss Brooks, there's a body under there.
Don't be alarmed. I doubt if it's still alive.
Well, I'll just take off this cushion and...
Hello, Poopsie girl.
Osgood Conklin, of all the low-down, underhanded, malicious...
Yeah, twinkle toes. Give your Osgood a chance to explain.
Oh, don't even try, sir. Mrs. Conklin, there is only one explanation that covers all situations like this one.
One explanation? What's that, Miss Brooks?
Your husband was standing on a corner, minding his own business, waiting for a moving van. Oh, after Mr. Boynton was discovered, too, I really got busy and thought up a whale of a story. I practically convinced Mrs. Conklin that both her husband and Mr. Boynton had done this merely to surprise her and help with the clubhouse inaugural.
Well, I still can't quite believe it, Miss Brooks. But I know Mrs. Miller will be as delighted to see Mr. Boynton as I am to see Osgood.
Did my landlady mention me this evening, Mrs. Conklin?
Well, yes, she did, Mr. Boynton, but I forget what it was about. This has been such a hectic night. Oh, dear. Frankly, I don't see why we moved at all when we'll only use this new clubhouse for a few hours, twice a week.
You mean you only meet here twice a week?
That's right. The rest of the week, it's dark.
It is? Well, don't be surprised if you happen to be passing some night and it's not completely dark, Mrs. Conklin.
Why, what do you mean, Miss Brooks?
Mr. Boynton tells me he likes to read before he goes to sleep at night.
From Hollywood.
Wait a minute. I got a poem.
Well, hurry up.
Yeah. Tide to friend and dirt to foe. Put tide in and watch dirt go.
T-I-D-E time.
From Hollywood, Procter & Gamble's Tide, the largest selling wash day product in America, proudly presents the Red Skelton program. With Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, our singing stars, the Four Knights, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, Dick Ryan, Martha Wentworth, and John Holbrook will be me, Rod O'Connor. Since day after tomorrow is Valentine's Day, we give you now, with their deepest affection, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's and Procter & Gamble's biggest comic Valentine, Red Skelton.
Hey, Mr. Fred, I'm glad you came in. Have you seen the morning paper?
Yes, Mr. Skelton, I have. What would you like to know?
Well, I'd like to read it myself, if you don't mind.
Did you read about the fellow who sold all the atomic secrets to Russia for $400?
Yeah, the big idiot. The guys who were after Mickey Cohen would have paid $500. What happened to the mail?
Oh, here it is, Mr. Skelton.
Mm-hmm. All these letters have been opened.
Yes, what would you like to know? You sure have got a lot of Valentines in your mail, Mr. Skelton.
Yeah. Hey, I got a Valentine for Rod O'Connor. Oh, wait till he sees it. It's a can of Red Heart dog food. Hey, here's a package from my sponsors.
Oh, what did Procter & Gamble send you in that box?
Well, a dozen pair of socks.
Oh, that's a nice Valentine's gift.
Gift nothing. They want me to wash them out and send them back. Hey, did you get any Valentines, Mr. Fred?
Oh, I got a lovely one. The heart-shaped box with assorted bandages. They'll be nice to have around when they let that hydrogen bomb go off.
Very pleasant thought. You know, they're figuring out so many ways to get rid of the world. Wouldn't it be awful if the Republicans got in just as the world went out? Well, I'm glad I said that. It ain't in here.
Tell me, what's that card you're hiding behind your back? Is that a Valentine?
No, it's something personal. That laugh threw me. I can't let you see this one.
Why, Mr. Skelton, don't you trust your houseboy?
Boy, get a load of this boy. This guy's so old he used to peel the apples for Adam and Eve. He used to follow him around with a snake bite kit, you know. Oh, my.
Anybody home?
Yeah, come on in, Rod. Say, don't tell me you're out selling Girl Scout cookies.
No, this year I'm buying them.
Oh, good.
Okay, you called me to come running over here. Now, what's up?
Well, look, I got a mysterious Valentine today, and Mr. Fred, I'd like this is confidential, if you don't mind, please.
Oh, well, I'm not eavesdropping. My ears are always at tension.
Well, go admire your go ahead.
No, very well, I'll leave. But I'm awfully good man at solving mysteries. I've solved every mystery but one.
What's that?
Me.
I think you made him mad, Red.
I'd fire him except for one thing. I never hired him.
Now, what about this mysterious Valentine?
Well, it came in the mail today, and I don't know who sent it. It's got me worried. Here, look at this, boy.
Boy, it sure smells nice.
Yeah, there hasn't been a live fly in the house since I opened it.
It's a mighty fancy Valentine.
Yeah, read it. Wow, I didn't take it that way.
It's signed L.R.
Yeah.
Who's L.R.?
Well, it's got me worried. I don't know. Let's see. It could be Lana or Rita.
Yeah, and then again, it could be Lassie and Rex, king of wild horses. Say, do you have a hidden past you're keeping a secret?
Well, when I was Hagen back in Wallace Circus, there was the tattoo lady. I had designs on her. Then there was the bearded lady. Of course, I kept that a secret. We just sort of beat around the bush on that. Look, I got to find out who sent this card. I won't be able to explain it to Georgia.
Well, why don't you just tell Georgia the truth, that you haven't the faintest idea who the card comes from?
Oh, you dreamer, you. Are you trying to frame me? Supposing you got a card like that, would you tell your wife? What would you tell her?
I wouldn't tell her anything. Just sit and listen.
Now that we understand each other.
Oh, why don't you just tear it up and forget about it?
Because the envelope wasn't sealed, and I'm afraid Georgia's already seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, she'll probably be waiting around to see if I'll mention it. The only way I can clear myself is to find out who sent it.
Okay, I'll help you. How about the 4 nights?
No, they didn't send this Valentine. They sent me a record.
Really?
Chattanooga Shoe Shine. Would you like to hear it? Put it on for you.
Yeah. Say, boy, you sure put a big heart in a big heart package, didn't
they? Yeah, they're trying to shame me into more money, I think.
Man, you been in that new shoe shine parlor yet?
Where's that, man? 4th and Grand?
That's the place.
No, but I heard a lot of talk of it, though.
Have you ever passed the corner of 4th and Grand, where a little baller rhythm has a shoe shine scan? People gather around just to clap their hands. He's a great big bundle of joy. He pops a boogie woogie rag. the Chattanooga shoe shine boy. He charges you a nickel just to shine one shoe. He makes the oldest kind of leather look like new. Feel as though you want to dance when he gets through. He's a great big bundle of joy. He pops a boogie woogie rag, the Chattanooga shoe shine boy. It's a wonder that the rag don't tear. The way he makes it pop, you ought to see him fan the air with the hoppity hippity hippity hoppity hoppity hippity hop. He opens up a business when the clock strikes 9. He likes to get 'em early when they're feeling fine. Everybody gets a little rise and shine with the great big bundle of joy. He pops a boogie woogie rag, the Chattanooga shoe shine boy. Chattanooga, shine boy. Chattanooga, Chattanooga, shine boy. Chattanooga, Chattanooga, the Chattanooga shoe shine boy.
Wash day miracles are something you women have come to expect from Tide. But this latest Tide miracle has amazed even you. For Procter & Gamble's Tide now gets clothes dazzling clean without rinsing. How can that be? Well, Tide gets the dirt out of clothes and keeps it suspended in the wash water. When you wring out the water, the dirt goes too. You can take your clothes right from the wringer and hang them up, fresh and white and clean. Yes, clean. It's already history the way Tide gets clothes clean with rinsing. Gets them cleaner than any other washing product known. Now, try that same wonderful Tide without rinsing. And when you do and compare the results, I guarantee you'll be delighted. Your clothes will be amazingly fresh, clean, and white. Another pleasant result is the time and work you save. And remember, the Tide you pick up from your dealer's shelf today in the same familiar package gives you a dazzling clean wash without rinsing.
Tide is dirt out, T-I-D-E, Tide.
Well, now, we know the Four Knights didn't sing it, and that lovely Valentine that John Holbrook just read.
Mm-hmm.
We know that he didn't sing it.
Well, you might as well turn yourself over to Georgia then.
Yeah.
Hey, I got an idea.
No, suicide's out.
No, if Georgia gets suspicious, you can solve everything by buying her a lot of presents.
Yeah.
Prove to her that she's the only woman in your life.
Uh-huh. That might do it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I could buy her. I thought you were going to laugh when you said that. Yeah, I could buy her a box of candy and some flowers. That'll do it.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Take another whip at that Valentine. Are you sure candy and flowers are enough?
Yeah, maybe I better get her some nylons, too, huh?
Better read the verse on that card again.
Wow! Maybe a pair of earrings.
Okay, so you take her the candy and the flowers and the nylons and the earrings, see?
Yeah.
Then she wants to see the card. What do you think?
Wonder if there's a Cadillac agency open around here.
Well, come on, let's go shopping.
Okay. Hey, you sure you didn't send me that Valentine? L.R. It could stand for Lardy Rod, you know.
No, I didn't send you a Valentine. Oh, hey, there's Willie Lump Lump sitting on a bench waiting for a bus. You know, he might be the one that sent the Valentine. He's always playing practical jokes.
Anything he would send would be in a bottle. Look, I got to go do some shopping. Huh?
Well, I'll catch up with you. I want to ask Willie if he knows anything about that Valentine signed L.R. Hiya, Willie. You waiting for a bus?
Well, let's not get nosy, Bob. I'm not waiting for... I'm hitchhiking.
You're hitchhiking?
Yeah.
How can you hitchhike sitting there on a bench with... You haven't even got your thumb out.
Well, my thumb is out, but it's in my pocket. You see it? I'm the backward type, you know. I hitchhiked out here from New York, you know.
Really?
Took me 4 months across the desert.
How come it took you so long?
Well, you see, my thumb sunburns so easily I have to travel at night.
Say, where's your car?
Huh?
Where's your car?
Well, last time I saw my car, it was riding a fire hydrant busy by. Well, it wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault.
No?
I was driving along, minding my own business, and all of a sudden, this stupid fire hydrant darts out in front of me. And against the signal, mind you, against the signal.
Well, were you hurt? Were you hurt?
No, luckily, I was in the back seat asleep at the time.
Who was driving? I said if you were asleep in the back seat, who was driving?
That's rather difficult when you put it that way.
Well, I don't see your car around here, so you remember where you left it?
Look, I only remember one thing.
What's that?
Like, you don't look right to me. I say, you just don't look right, big boy.
Now, look, let's not get started
I've met
with
a
that.
lot of characters in my day, but you just don't look right to me. And I hope you're taking this down because you just don't look right to me. And you may quote me, too.
Look, answer one thing. Did you send a Valentine to Skelton signed L.R.?
No big silly. My initials ain't L.R. I'm Willie Lump Up, remember? Stupid. Willie Lump Up. My initials are W.L.
Say, what are those lilies you're holding? Are you taking them home to your wife?
No, they're for myself. When my wife gets through with me, when I get home, all I gotta do is cross my hands across my chest, and I'm ready for the service. Oh, here comes a taxi. I'll see if I can help. Hey, taxi! Hey, you stupid bum! Hey!
Willie, that's no taxi.
Lay out of this, will you? Hey, taxi! Taxi! All right, I'll see you later. Well, howdy, gentlemen. Now you know where to take me.
Well, I better see how Red's making out in the store.
Hey, Rod, over here. I'm going to buy
what'd
a
you find?
Valentine for Ida Hawkins, you know.
Really?
Yeah,
What'd you find? What'd you find?
Look at this cute Valentine here. You open it up and you can hear Dave Rose and his orchestra playing There's No Tomorrow.
Tide gets clothes dazzling clean without rinsing. Now, that's a startling statement, but it is true, and you can prove it. Just wash your clothes with Procter & Gamble's Tide. Then, don't rinse. Just wring out your clothes. And, lady, they're ready for the line. That's because Tide gets the dirt out of your clothes and keeps it suspended in the wash water. Your wringer takes out both water and dirt. Your wash is fresh, white, clean. Now, you know that with rinsing, Tide gets your clothes cleaner than any other washing product known. And now, try that same wonderful Tide without rinsing. You'll be amazed. And you'll save time and work. So buy Tide. Remember, every package of Tide now on your dealer's shelf will wash clothes dazzling clean without rinsing. That's right. The Tide on your dealer's shelf right now in the same familiar package will wash clothes dazzling clean without rinsing. So try Tide today.
Say, it wasn't those sweet sentiments that John just read.
Yeah.
Lovely to know how they love clean clothes, you know. Mm-hmm. Yes. Makes you want to run right home and rinse out a few things, don't it?
Yes, let's do it tonight instead of playing canasta.
Read what's there. Hey, I just thought of something. LR could stand for let's rinse. No, because with Tide you don't have to. Well, now let's see. Where can we go from here? I think I'll go over and see if I can get some perfume for Georgia.
Well, I'm going to get a nice card for Sylvia, too. She doesn't really need one, though. She hardly used the one I gave her last year. Boy, somebody slammed the door so hard he broke the glass. Oh, no wonder. It's Junior, the hydrogen kid.
Junior, look what you've done. Just look what you've done.
Why should I look? It's nothing new to me, you know.
I told you a million times not to slam doors. You're just getting too big for your little britches.
Oh, is that where I feel a draft from, huh? Stop shaking me, will you? Stop shaking me. The frog in me pocket's getting dizzy.
What?
Huh?
You didn't bring your pet frog with you.
No, I'm kidding. I left him home to take a nap.
Where at home did you leave your frog? Not in your bed again.
Goodness, no. You told me never to put him in my bed, so I didn't.
That's a good boy.
So tonight when you go to your bed, would you please look under the pillow and see if he's comfortable?
You left your frog under my pillow?
Well, of course, the last time I put him under your covers, your feet were so cold he had goose pimples for 3 days. You couldn't tell where his eyes started, they were so big.
Junior, now just for that, young man, I'm taking you right home.
No, please, let go of me here, let go of me here. You make me look like Dumbo, kid. Please. I'll be good. Please let me stay here because I come down to buy you a Valentine and I haven't bought one yet.
Oh, really? Well, dear.
They fall for this stuff.
That's pretty sweet of you to want to buy me a Valentine.
Yeah?
I guess I can overlook all the bad things you've done.
Well, that's going to take a heap of overlooking, you know. But I sure appreciate it. Really, I do. Honest, I really, and truly. The calla lilies are in bloom again. Really, they are.
What are you going to buy me, Junior?
Well, you stay right here. I'll taste the joint, and I'll be right back. Now, let me see. There's so many things here. What can I get Mommy for Valentine's Day? Oh, she'd probably like it if I got lost. That's what she really does.
Can I help you, little boy?
Well, frankly, I'd be on helping. But I would like to buy a present for me Mummy, you know, something real nice, something expensive but cheap.
Well, how much did you plan on spending?
Well, I can go as high as a dime.
A dime?
Yes.
My, where did you get all that money?
Well, don't spread it around, kid, but I'm the bomb spotter in Mickey Cohen's neighborhood.
Are you sure a dime is all you can afford to spend?
Well, actually, me pop gives me a couple of dollars to buy her a present with, but I'm trying to save a widow from me sweet tooth fun, you know.
Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you buy your mother a box of candy and maybe she'll share it with you?
What a bully idea. What kind of candy have you got?
Well, these caramels are very nice.
Yeah, Monterey's nice at this time of the year, too.
Well, here now. Try one and see if you think she'll like it.
Well, I don't mind if I does. That's not bad. Do you have any other suggestions?
Well, this peanut brittle is nice. Try a piece.
Oh, wonderful if you insist. That is delicious. Now, it's awful nice, but she hates peanut brittle.
You mean brittle?
No, she got no teeth and it's brutal.
Well, how do you like milk chocolate?
Well, I don't know. I never milked one. What else have you got?
Well, these bonbons are very...
Please, lady, please.
And then we have some lovely coconut cream candy.
I don't really think I can sample anymore, you know. Them 75 pieces are beginning to gang up on me tummy, you know.
Oh, you do look a little green. Are you ill?
Oh, no, I'm fine. Tell me, where do you drop dead around here?
Well, before you drop, just hand me the $2 to pay for the candy you've eaten.
Here, don't get too near me. Don't get too near me. I think me tummy's coming up for air.
Well, Junior, how are you making out?
Please, Fatso, I'm sick enough without looking at all that pork.
Junior, what's wrong with you?
Never mind. Me sweet tooth anonymous. Tell him to come and get me. Call him. Me misspent youth is now catching up with me at last. I'm so sick I can't know me.
Well, you better let me take you to your mother.
Get your hand off of me, gelatin boy.
Junior, why do you call me gelatin boy?
Hadn't you heard?
No.
I called him the way I teased him.
Junior, have you been in the green pain?
No. They've been trying to pass me for a $10 bill. Mommy, take me home. I don't want to die without me Hopalong Cassidy boots on.
Oh, what's happened to my baby? What's happened to my baby?
Oh, cut out that Academy Award stuff. There's no use making us all sick around here, you know.
I know what, dear. I'll buy you some candy, and that'll make you feel better.
Please, if you love me, you'll never mention candy in front of me again. I'm going to put it on me blacklist along with spinach.
He's eating so much candy, he could give transfusions to Hershey bars.
Please don't mention...
Better take him home, Lorraine.
Oh, my poor baby.
Yeah, poor baby.
Come along, dear.
I'll never do another bad thing as long as I live.
Oh, well, let's hope so, dear. Here, I'll open the door for you.
Thank you.
Did you notice, dear, they replaced the glass in the door?
Junior!
It's
hardly worth the trouble, was it, huh?
Just wait until I get you home. I'm going to give you the spanking of your life.
Please, Mommy,
now, you come with me.
Please, now, I'm sick. Let go of me here. I'm a sick boy. Let go of me.
Well, I better go find Skelton. He'll probably need some help with his packages. Oops, I'm sorry, mister.
Please there, buddy, please.
Well, Cauliflower, how are you?
Watch it, fella. Let's keep this a clean fight there. Oh, there's the bell. Unclench me.
Cauliflower, let go of my arms. It's me, O'Connor.
You'll have to talk louder. That burglar alarm's making so much racket I can't hear a thing.
Are you still hearing bells?
No. What do you think? I'm punch drunk or something? There's one thing about me. I got all my marbles, boy. Oh, I don't have all my agates, but I got my marbles. You know, some fighters stay in the ring a little bit too late. You know, they start hearing bells and birds and all the time, boy, but not me. I take care of myself, boy. I take care of myself. I really take care of myself. Pardon me, I think somebody wants me on the phone.
Well, say, I see your nose is all bandaged up. Did you get it broken in a fight?
No, I had some plastic surgery done on it.
Oh, you've got a new nose.
No, it's the same nose. I just had it lifted and trying to keep it out of my mouth. Listen, that guy handle that and ring the bell. Give that man a cigar, will you? Boy, hey, how about that fight I had in Anaheim last night, huh? How about that fight?
What happened?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
Did you get knocked out again?
Yeah, but I sure had the guy worried for a while, boy. Did I have him worried? He thought I was dead. Boy, a flock of them flew over that time. Hey, hold it. That's strange. We're so close to CBS, but I hear them NBC chimes.
Hey, Cauliflower, how did you ever happen to become a fighter?
Did I ever tell you about my first fight?
No.
Ever tell you about my last fight? No. Same fight. See, I had on something. That's the only way I could get any wet, you see.
How long have you been married now?
Oh, well, let's help the Salvation Army. I hear the tambourine coming. Hey, what you saying?
I said, how long have you been married?
Well, let's see now. Me and Mabel first met at the Golden Gloves in Chicago. We were both middleweights at the time. We was married right in the ring. Oh, did you hear that? I thought I heard something. Go ahead.
Well, how romantic being married.
I did hear something. The fire truck.
What's that?
I said it's very romantic being married right in the ring.
No, it was a necessity, see. The fight the night before the wedding, see, I had a big fight, and they couldn't hold out for the ceremony waiting for me to come to, see.
Yeah.
So the referee just stopped the count over me, and they pronounced me man and wife right in the ring.
Well, where did you spend your honeymoon?
In a coma. That's a little place down here in Southern California. Yeah, later, me and the bride spent 2 carefree weeks in the Main Street gym, you know. Called somebody slammed the locker door.
Well, did your wife like spending her honeymoon in the gym?
Well, sure, that way she could be near her mother, who was wrestling at the time. You think fighters are punch drunk? You want to get a load of some of them wrestlers. Every night at 5 o'clock sharp, they're so anxious to get out of that gymnasium, and it's a big brawl to see who's going to get on the elevator first.
Well, so what?
There's no elevator in that gymnasium.
Boy, that is bad.
Yeah, why can't they stand there and wait in line like I do? Hey, let's hurry. Recess is over and the school bell just rung.
Cauliflower, get hold of yourself. There are no bells ringing.
They're not, but I see those swallows are returning to Caspistrano early this year.
I gotta go buy my wife a Valentine.
Say, speaking of Valentine, here's one for you. It's a couple of ringside tickets from a fight tonight.
Well, thanks a lot.
I'll see you there. I'll be in a seat right next to you.
I thought you were fighting.
I am, but believe me, when that guy I'm fighting hits me, I'll be in a seat right next to you. Oh, I hear somebody open the cash register. I gotta go get some change. I'll see you later, bud.
Oh, boy, is that guy punching.
He sure is. Why do you associate with guys like that? People that don't use their brain. Get intelligent people to run around with.
Yeah. Well, you sure bought enough stuff for your wife. That ought to square you with Little Red.
Yeah, Little Red? That's my pet name for Georgia. She sent me that signed LR. Hey, Rod, answer the phone.
Thanks for being with us, and until next Sunday.
This is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening and thanks for buying more and more of the Wash Day Miracle Tide.
Tide is dirt out, T-I-D-E, Tide.
Now for beautiful natural softness, exciting natural sheen. Don't just wash your hair, condition it with New Dream.
It's here, a shampoo that conditions your hair. Conditions your hair to natural softness, natural sheen. It's New Dream Shampoo, now with beauty conditioner. No other shampoo has this new beauty conditioner. It's an exclusive cleansing agent found only in gentle New Dream.
Don't just wash your hair, condition it with New Dream.
New Dream Shampoo, now with beauty conditioner. Try it.
Join us again next Sunday for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program with the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. This program is a copyrighted feature. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Costello program brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service according to actual sales records. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel a first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the great rhythms of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes. And that great statesman from the Dumbarton Oaks Conference who said,
Costello, come here a minute. Come here, will you please? What's all the excitement about? What are you so happy about?
Oh, look at it.
What?
I just got a letter from my cousin, Corporal Hugo Costello.
Yeah?
He's away over in Africa, and he says all the soldiers in his company are going to have a white Christmas.
Why, you dummy, it's very hot in Africa. How could the soldiers have a white Christmas?
Their cook is going to bleach the beans.
Costello, it's about time you were thinking of Christmas. Do you realize there are only 8 shopping days left? You know, I just bought 100 Christmas seals.
100 Christmas seals?
Sure.
For goodness sakes, how are you going to feed them?
Look, Costello, are you going to make much out of Christmas this year?
Am I what?
Are you going to make much out of Christmas this year?
I can't tell until I sell the presents I get.
Sell your presents?
Oh, sure, Rabbit, sure.
What are you talking about?
I even sold that electric bed warmer you gave me last year. That was no good.
Electric bed warmer? That was an electric toaster.
An electric toaster?
Certainly.
No wonder it kept turning me over and throwing me out of bed.
Well, Costello, I hope you're getting a present from my wife, Betty, this year. You know, and I'll give you a little tip.
Go ahead.
What she really needs is a new girdle.
A what?
A girdle. Don't you know what a girdle is?
Oh, sure. A girdle. It's one of those...
Well, what is it?
You got to have it when you...
Yes. What
if
is
you
it?
don't, you sort of got
Yes, that I know. Come on.
You got to...
Well, what is it?
It's one of those things that keeps an unhappy situation from spreading.
Look, what about your own family, Costello? What are you going to give your kid brother Sebastian?
Oh, him? Nothing.
What do you mean?
I gave him something last year. He didn't like it.
And then what did you give him?
The measles. And did he use a rash word?
Oh, talk sense, please.
Listen, this year, Abbott, you know what I'm going to do?
No, I don't know.
I'm going to spend all my money on that beautiful girl who lives next door to me, Ruby Poolcue.
Wait a minute. Ruby Poolcue?
She's beautiful.
Why, she isn't beautiful.
She is.
She's got the worst complexion I ever saw.
Well, she can't help that, Abbott. I mean, she got her face caught in a waffle iron. Now she has to pour her makeup on with a syrup pitcher.
Look, what are you going to buy for Ruby?
I'm going to buy her a piano.
A piano? What kind of a piano? Maple, walnut, or cherry?
Well, I'm going to get her one of those kind...
What kind?
What did you say?
I said maple, walnut, or cherry.
Maple what? Do you realize what you just said?
Well, what's wrong?
Shame on Abbott!
Wait a minute.
Shame on Bud Abbott!
Well, wait a
what
minute.
you say?
Now, take it easy.
In front of Ken Niles, our announcer. Shame on Bud
Now, wait a minute, Lou. All right, all I said was maple, walnut, or cherry.
There you go again. I'm glad I found you out, Abbott.
What do you mean? Now, what do you mean?
You're a spy from the Jell-O program.
Please.
A maple, a walnut, or cherry.
Now, look, wait a minute. Look. I simply asked you the kind of wood.
Oh, wood?
Yeah.
Well, I know about the wood. What do you think I am, a woodpecker?
No, certainly
you
not.
You think I go around tasting pianos?
Did I ask you that?
You think every time I see a piano, I bite it to see what flavor it is?
Look, Costello, they make pianos out of different kinds of wood. My mother-in-law's piano is maple, so she has a genuine bird's eye.
I know that. And she's got an eagle beak to go with it.
Now, never mind my mother-in-law. Now, you've got a lot of nerve spending your money on Ruby, a girl you hardly know. You never thought to ask me if I needed money for my Christmas shopping.
Do you need money, Abbott?
Oh, well, now that you brought it up...
now that I brought it up.
Well, yes, then you just asked me if I needed money.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just seen what loose talk can do when it reaches the enemy's ears.
Wait a minute.
A slip of the lip can sink a ship.
Now, wait.
And I have just been scuttled myself.
Now, look. Look, Costello, all I need is $50.
$50?
Yes. Now, look, if you lend me $50, what security would you want?
A padlock, a pair of handcuffs, and a watchdog.
No.
And put your mama in a dungeon for security.
Now, look.
With your father.
Well, now, listen. The only security I can give you is the word of an honest man.
Okay, bring him around. I'll see what I can do for you.
Now, look, Costello. You and I are pals. And to show you how much I like you, I'm going to let you lend me the $50.
But, Abbott, all I got in my Christmas piggy bank is $40.
Well, all right. Give me the $40 and you can owe me the $10.
Okay, here's the $40.
Okay.
Now I owe you $10.
That's right.
Who owes who $10?
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. Wait. How much did I ask you for?
You asked me for $50.
And how much did you give me?
I gave you all I had, $40.
So you owe me $10.
Well, that's right.
Well, why are you?
Kicking?
All right, let it go at that. All right.
You owe me $40.
Costello, I don't like the way you're hedging on me.
And I don't like the way you're clipping my head.
Ah, come on, please. Take it easy.
Give me back my $40.
Oh, okay. If that's the way you feel, I don't want to do business with a man like you. Here's your $40.
Well, that's more like it.
Now give me the $10 you owe me.
Okay, here's the $10.
All right.
I'm paying you on account.
On account?
On account, I don't know how come I owe it to you.
Believe me, this is the last time I'll ever ask you for the loan of $50, Costello.
Abbott, look.
No, never mind.
How can I lend you $50 now? I only had $40 to start with.
Oh.
Now I only got $30.
Okay, if it'll make you happy, I'll do you a favor. Give me the $30 and you can owe me 20.
This is getting worse all the time.
Now, wait a minute. Now, what's the matter?
First I owed you 10, now I owe you 20. What kind of racket is that?
Well, why do you let yourself run into debt?
I didn't run into it. You pushed me. Abbott, did you ever hear the story of the 40 thieves?
Well, yes.
What became of the other 39?
Costello,
Are you the guy that says open, says to me?
Now, listen, I'm surprised at you.
I ad-libbed that. It's no good.
Costello, I'm surprised. Please. Why, I'm just like Santa Claus.
You're better than Santa Claus.
You bet I am.
You can give me a sleigh ride without any reindeer.
Oh,
You know, it's never very easy to get serious after an hilarious to-do with Bud and Lou. But your choice of a cigarette is so important to your throat and your taste that I want to take this moment to urge you to try Camels on your T-zone. That's T for throat and T for taste. See how your throat reacts to Camel's cool mildness. See how your taste enjoys the rich, full flavor of Camel's magnificent blend of costlier tobaccos. You may find that your throat and your taste, your T-zone, proclaim Camel your own personal cigarette.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camels, the cigarette of costlier tobaccos. Here's lovely Connie Haynes with her Christmas Shoppers special. So grab your bundles, everybody, and let's all take a ride on the trot.
With my high starch collar and my high top shoes and my hair piled high upon my head, I went to lose a jolly hour upon the trolley and lost my heart instead. With his light brown derby and his bright green tie, he was quite the handsomest of men. I started to yen, so I counted to 10, then I counted to 10 again. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley. Ding, ding, ding went the bell. Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. For the moment I saw him, I fell. Chug, chug, chug went the motor. Bump, bump, bump went the brake. Thump, thump, thump went my heartstrings. When he smiled, I could feel the car shake. He tipped his hat and took a seat. He said he hoped he hadn't stepped upon my feet. He asked my name, I held my breath. I couldn't speak because he scared me half to death. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Plop, plop, plop went the wheel. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. As he started to leave, I took hold of his sleeve with my hand, and as if it were planned, he stayed on with me, and it was grand just to stand with his hand holding mine to the end of the line.
All right, Costello, come on. Let's go downtown and do our Christmas shopping. Here comes the streetcar.
Clang, clang, clang went the trolley.
All right.
A-ding, a-ding, a-ding went the
Costello, come here. You want to get hit? Get out of there. Come over here. Stand here in the safety zone.
You know what?
In the safety zone. Don't you know why those safety zones are here?
Sure. If you get hit inside the white lines, it don't count.
Oh. Be quiet, please. Here's the trolley now.
Hey, Abbott.
What?
Look at the crowd on that streetcar.
Never mind. Go on. Shove your way in.
Oh, young man, you can't squeeze in here.
Okay, Dave. Let's wait till we get off. You got your one line. Get your dough and get... Hey, you fat boy. Come on, drop your fare in a box.
Here's the fare conductor, and give us 2 transfers.
You won't need transfers.
No? Then how are we going to ride on the next car without a transfer?
Just tell the next conductor that Orville sent you.
Uh-oh. That guy's off his trolley.
Oh, come on, Costello. Let's step back in the car and find a seat. Hey, look out for that man with that umbrella. Oh, my goodness, what happened?
Somebody just took my seat.
Right.
Hey, you little short fat man. Can't you reach that strap?
I think so.
Then would you mind letting go of my garter?
They shouldn't let these tall people on streetcars. You shouldn't bring me on these crowded streetcars, Abbott. My Uncle Artie Stebbins got his eye hurt in this crowded streetcar.
Got his eye hurt?
Yep. He had his eye on a seat, and the fat lady came along and sat on it.
Yeah. All right, look, stop this nonsense. Here, the car's stopping. Here, let's get off. We're far enough downtown anyway. Okay, come on, get off.
Okay, don't push.
I'm not pushing. Get off.
Hey, Abbott, look. What? There's a pet shop. I think I'll go in and get my mother a squirrel for Christmas. She needs a squirrel to help her do housework.
Oh, how could a squirrel help her with the housework?
Well, she can tie his tail up and let him run between the Venetian blinds.
Don't be silly. Let's go in here to Bingle's department store.
Hey, Abbott.
What?
Look who's standing there with a carnation in his buttonhole.
Hey, it's your kid brother, Sebastian. Come here, Sebastian. What are you doing in Bingle's department store?
I'm a handyman, Uncle Bud, and today I'm working as a floor walker.
How can you be a floor walker? You're too little.
Well, they need a little guy like me. You see, when the people block up the aisles, I bite them on the leg and keep moving.
Costello, your kid brother has no business in this store. He should be in school.
I ain't going to go to school no more, Uncle Bud. School is nothing but a racket.
School is a racket?
Yep. The kids do all the work, and the teachers get paid for it. Anyway, I had a fight with my teacher.
A fight?
Yeah, this morning I held up my hand, and the teacher said, Sebastian, do you want to leave the room?
And what did you say?
I said, you don't think I'm standing here hitchhiking, do you?
Now, look. Sebastian.
She let me go.
All right. I can imagine. Listen, Sebastian. Now, if you don't go back to school, I'm not going to give you this beautiful animal picture book for Christmas.
Oh,
now.
but let me see the animals. Oh, isn't that a pretty nice book?
Isn't it pretty?
What's the name of this animal over here, Uncle Bud?
Oh, you should know the name of that animal, Sebastian. Just look at that graceful body, the slim legs, and the long antlers. And...
I don't seem to recognize it.
Oh, come, Sebastian. You know this animal's name. Here, I'll make it easy for you. What does your mother call your father?
Don't tell me that's a louse.
Hey, look.
Hey, Abbott, I gotta beat it. Here comes the manager.
As a manager, I'm dandy.
Quetzal, don't tell me you're the manager of Bingle's department store.
That I am, my little man. I'm in full charge of the dry goods department.
How about sundries?
Sundays is my day off. Well, gentlemen, what can I do for you? Here I got some delicious pajamas for only $30.
$30 for pajamas?
Yeah.
Look, Kitzel, here's $15. Just give me the top half.
Huh?
I'll send it to my Uncle Mike Burrell in Patterson.
Oh, Costello, you can't send just the tops of the pajamas.
Oh, sure I can. I'll put a card in it that says, Merry Christmas from the waist up.
Look, Costello, you've only got $40. And remember, you wanted to buy an easy chair for your father.
And I've got just the easy chair you're looking at. That's a genuine mohair. The seat is covered with mohair, the back is covered with mohair, and it's got a footstool also covered with mohair.
Everything is covered with mohair.
Yeah.
I'll bet Mo hasn't got a hair left in his head.
Mo hasn't got a... That's a slick one.
So is Mo's head.
Look, Costello, how about that piano you wanted to buy for your girlfriend, Ruby?
Now you're talking my language. You know, I'm the head fish in the piano department.
The head fish?
Yeah, I'm a piano tuner.
All right. I won't hit you, don't worry.
You know, today I got a special on a slightly used player piano with 3 dozen piano rolls.
Oh, I bought a bunch of those music rolls last week. And I papered my bedroom walls with them. And boy, were they noisy.
Noisy?
Yeah, every time I sneezed, the walls played, Milkman, keep those bottles quiet.
Headlines on front pages, cartoons in the magazines, photographs in the picture publications, all saying the same thing, cigarette shortage. Well, no need to tell you how many cigarettes are going overseas and how much more the people on the home front are smoking these days. And so it's inescapable that sometimes your dealer has to say, no Camels today. But remember this, paste it in your hat and write it in your notebook, Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness make them worth asking for the very next time you buy cigarettes. War or peace, Camel is still Camel.
C-A-M-E-L
Camels, the cigarette of costlier tobaccos. While Abbott and Costello are shopping for an old-fashioned Christmas, Freddie Rich plays an old-fashioned song, Whispering.
Costello, please, do you realize we've been walking around the store for over 3 hours and you haven't bought a thing?
I can't help it. I can't find a piano I like, and I don't know what else to get my girl.
Well, why don't you buy Miss Poolcue a diamond ring and get it over?
I can't. I bought her a beautiful diamond ring last year. It was a beautiful 12-carat stone.
Yeah?
What a sparkler. It scares me every time she wears it.
Are you afraid she'll lose it?
No, but if she ever drops it, she'll have 7 years bad luck.
Look, don't be silly, Costello. Say, have you noticed how bright and happy and cheerful all the shoppers are?
They should be.
Have you noticed all that?
Swell. Look at that gaiety.
Yeah.
They're all full of the spirit of Yuletide.
Yeah, the Yuletide is all... Yuletide! Yuletide?
Yuletide.
You mean Yuletide.
I'll tide what?
No. But speaking of mules, hey, here's the shoe department. Now, that gives me a very, very bright idea. Why don't you buy your girlfriend a pair of mules?
A pair of what?
What do you say to a pair of mules?
I say, whoa, or get out. I mean, if he's stubborn, I whip him.
Costello, look, I'm talking about
I
a
get
pair...
a jockey like Bailey, I put him on and whip him good.
All right, look,
get him in.
will you listen to me, please? I'm talking about a pair of bedroom mules.
Oh, what?
Bedroom mules.
Bedroom mules?
Yes. My wife has all kinds of mules in her bedroom. Red mules, green mules. She even has a pair of checkered mules.
Abbott, did you see all these different colored mules with your own eyes?
Well, certainly well, why not? I see them every night. In fact, I saw them this morning.
All the colored mules?
Every one of them.
Let me smell your breath.
There you are. Now behave. Look, you dummy. Doesn't your mother have mules in her bedroom?
No, my father's very particular.
When your mother gets up in the morning, what does she put on her feet?
Corn plaster.
That's the... Oh, no. Please, no. She must have some kind of mules. Look, there are two kinds of mules, silk and felt.
Felt?
Yes. Hasn't your mother felt mules?
No, sir. She never touches any kind of animal.
Oh, come.
Especially when she's cooking.
No, look. Forget about the animals, please. Look, every woman likes mules. My wife uses a pair of mules to go around the house in.
What's the matter? Is she too lazy to walk?
No. Look, when she gets up in the morning, she always slips on her mule.
It's her own fault. Why don't she keep them out in the backyard?
Right, listen. My wife needs her mules to keep her feet warm.
You mean you all sleep in the same bed?
Sleep in the same bed? My wife keeps her mules under the bed.
For goodness sakes, don't the Board of Health complain?
Oh, look, let's get the whole thing. Here I am trying to help you with your Christmas shopping, and what do I get? A lot of idiotic talk.
Oh, pardon me, gentlemen. Is there anything I can do for you? We carry a full line of cosmetics, rouge, powder, lipstick, face cream, and cleansing tissue.
Cleansing what?
Tissue.
Well, it seems kind of tilly, but if you want to kiss me, go ahead. You kiss me and I'll kiss you.
Costello, this lady is trying to help you.
Yeah.
Now you stop talking like that.
No.
She's trying to help you.
That's what she's trying.
Yes, yes.
No,
Well, I have some lovely perfumes here. Take a whiff of this. It's called One Night in Paris.
One night in Paris?
Yeah.
Take a whiff of this.
My goodness, what is that?
5 days at the racetrack.
Costello, look, let me handle this, please. Look, madam, my friend here is a little confused. He doesn't know what to get his girl for Christmas.
Oh, well, maybe I can help.
I wish you would, please.
Yeah. What kind of a complexion does your girlfriend have? Is she fair, dark, or medium?
She's speckled.
Speckled? Do you mean she has a complexion of an olive?
Yes, ma'am. Hits and all.
Well, from your description of the girl, I imagine she could use one of our facial kits.
One of your what?
The lady wants to sell you a kit.
What I want to buy a kit for? I'm going to get married and have kits of my own.
Oh, no. You see, you don't understand. This is a beauty kit with full instructions. All your girlfriend has to do is apply some of this lotion. Then she covers her face with the white of an egg, some sour cream, and a keg of yeast.
Oh, she did that once.
Yeah, what happened?
The next morning, she broke out in biscuits. Kiss you. Get the kisser on.
Never mind, quiet. Never mind, no remarks, Costello, please.
You silly boy, you tickle me.
Oh, here we go again. You tickle me first.
No.
Abbott, you kiss her.
I will not, please.
Where did I leave off?
Costello, look, if you don't buy something pretty soon, I'm going to walk out and leave you.
Oh, now, just a moment, boys. Now, how about something...
I found it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
I don't want you to get away now. How about something for the young lady's hair? Does she have a snoot?
Certainly she's got a snoot.
Yeah? Well, is it a long snoot that hangs down her back?
No. It's a short snoot that turns up at the end. She's a very snooty dame.
Costello, the lady is talking about your girlfriend's hairdo.
Yeah. What's your girlfriend's hairdo?
What's her hairdo?
Yeah, that's what I said.
It comes out when she combs it.
Costello, we're trying to find out what does she do with her hair? Does she pile it on top of her head, or does she drop it down her neck?
She just hangs it in the closet.
No. You dummy, some women wear buns in their hair, and some have rats.
Rats?
Yes. My mother had a rat in her hair for years.
That's no way to talk about your father.
Look, Costello, does Miss Poolcue wear her hair off her face?
No, it takes too long to wear it off. She has to pull it out with a tweet.
Costello, that's no way to talk about your girlfriend. That's slander.
Slander?
Yes. Don't you know what slander is?
Sure, slander.
Yes.
Tall and skinny. And that has nothing to do with my girl. She's short and fat like me. Only I'm prettier than she is.
Say, you say your girl is short and fat.
Yes,
I've got just the Christmas present for her. Our special weight-reducing machine called the Melt Your Belt Away Fat Cabinet. There it is, standing right there.
Costello, that sounds good. How much does your girl weigh?
240 pounds with her girdle on.
Well, how much does she weigh with it off?
I don't know. She's never been able to get it off.
Well, now, this machine will take your girl's fat off. If you don't believe it, get into the machine and try it for yourself.
Now, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
I don't think I want to get in
Go
there.
on, get in the machine.
Abbott, I said I don't want to get in
Find
there.
out if it works.
I won't get in
Go
there.
on, get in there. Get in there. There you are.
Now, that's a good boy. Now we'll turn on the machine, and you'll see how it melts the fat away in no time.
Costello, where are you? Speak to me. Costello, where are you?
I'm right here, Abbott.
But all I see is a little puddle of water.
Well, don't step in it. It's me.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Sergeant Benjamin F. Lambeth of Asheboro, North Carolina, awarded the Silver Star for his gallantry in action in Italy. In one mission, he is credited with killing 25 Nazis, wounding 5 more, and scattering the rest in confusion. In your honor, Sergeant Lambeth, the makers of camels are sending to our fighters overseas 400,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 3 Camel radio shows honors the Yank of the Week by sending free 400,000 Camel cigarettes overseas. A total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. In this country, the Camel caravans traveling from camp to camp have thanked audiences of more than 4 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, are rebroadcast to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore, Monday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks, and next Thursday to Abbott and Costello. And now, here are Bud and Lou with the final word.
Well, Costello, you bought presents for everybody. I hope you're very, very happy.
Abbott, I could be a lot happier. Oh, if I was only a nurse.
A nurse?
That's right.
What would you do if you were a nurse?
You know, Abbott, I read in the paper today that there's an urgent need for more Army nurses.
Oh, yes, I know about that. And do you know, Lou, that any nurse who enters the Army Nurse Corps now will enter with the rank of second lieutenant, and there is ample opportunity for advancement.
You know, I hope that all the nurses that are listening in tonight will join the Army Nurse Corps and give their country the best Christmas present of all.
Yes, girls, write immediately to the Surgeon General, United States Army, Washington, D.C., or call at your nearest Red Cross chapter.
Good night, folks. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. And I hope Commander Holsel feels much better. Good night to everybody in Patterson.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show. And remember, try Camels on your throat and your taste. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you.
Here's a Christmas gift that will bring the man who gets it a lot of pleasure long after Christmas is over. A generous pound or half-pound package of Prince Albert's smoking tobacco with the bright holiday band. Every time he packs and lights his favorite pipe with this favorite tobacco, he will think of your thoughtfulness. His taste will thank you for the full, rich, yet mild flavor. His tongue will thank you for Prince Albert's gentleness due to the no-bite treatment. Another thing men like about Prince Albert is the crimp cut, which guarantees perfect packing, smooth drawing, and even burning right down to the last puff. You really make a pipe smoker's Christmas merry when you give him Prince Albert tobacco.
The Abbott and Costello show for Camel cigarettes will be back at this very same time next week. Don't miss it. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood, wishing you all a pleasant good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Nightline, the line that's open at the right place at the right moment, and this is Walter O'Keefe. Good evening, and here's our first Nightline call tonight from Hollywood. Groucho Marx and You Bet Your Life. Hey, George, you tell us, what is tonight's secret word?
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word is book, B-O-O-K.
Who cares?
You bet your life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. Groucho meets our first contestants in just 1 minute.
In centuries past, this was the sound that used to get the news around. Yes, in centuries past, the people on one side of the hill beat the drum to share the news of the world with the people on the other side of the hill. And since the world in those days was a smaller, more easygoing world, this was enough to get the news around. Ours is a chaotic age with critical events flashing across the face of the earth. Fortunately for us, we can keep up with these events because we have at our fingertips the fastest means of communication ever devised. We have radio. And NBC Radio with news on the hour keeps you alerted to world events wherever they happen, as soon as they happen. From ages primitive to present, people have wanted to keep up with events. And in our day and age, this is the sound that really gets the news around. This is Leon Pearson inviting you to keep up with the news on the hour all day, every day, over most of these NBC stations.
And here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win up to $10,000. That's French. And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100. That's English. George, who's first?
Oh, Groucho,
That's German.
Groucho, I'd like you to meet Nancy Anderson and Scott Edwards. So both you men please and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word, and you'll divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. You little rascal, you. Nancy, I'll start with you because you are a little rascal, aren't you? Where are you from, Nancy?
Well, I was born in Edgewood, Maryland, but I just lived there for a few weeks, and then I grew up in Nashville, Tennessee, and since then I've lived in Alabama and Georgia, and North Carolina.
Nancy, I notice you have a decided northern accent. How long have you been in Southern California?
Well, I've been here for 3 years, but I've lost most of my accent.
How does the city of the Angels compare with your city of the Dodgers, compare with your home down south? Which do you prefer?
You want me to tell you the truth?
I certainly do.
Well,
we don't have anybody...
I much prefer the south. I don't like the traffic and the smog, and I don't like the general attitude as well either. I think about the first day I was here. I went into a grocery store, and on the wall they've got signs, pickpockets will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, and absolutely no checks cashed, and forging checks is a felony, and you will be arrested. And this store is protected by the Eagle Eye Detective Agency, and where I come from, they have signs that say, through these doors pass the finest people in the world, our customers.
Well, you must remember that we have a lot of crooks in Los Angeles.
That's what I mean.
And you're Scott Edwards?
Yes, I am.
Where are you from?
Partly. I'm from Springfield, Mass, originally.
Oh, Springfield, Mass. Somebody out there from the Klondike. Are you married?
No, I'm not.
How old are you?
33.
And you're not married yet?
No.
Well, how is it a handsome, bright young fellow like you isn't married yet?
Well, I guess the right girl never came along, Groucho.
Oh. Well, perhaps you're doing something wrong. Just what do you do when you have a date with a pretty girl?
Well...
why don't you lie down and tell old Dr. Hackenbush all about it? It's only $30 an hour.
Well, actually, I have an apartment down at the beach at Malibu, and when the moon is on the water and the surf is nice, and we have a little pleasant music in the background and a little martini, it can be quite effective.
Well, it sounds very romantic. How do you fix your martinis?
Well, I mix 5 to 1.
You put in 5 parts gin to 1 part vermouth?
That's right.
Well, what do you need the moonlight and the music for? Now, what kind of work do you do, Scott?
Groucho, I'm in the technical sales department of Atomics International Division of North American Aviation.
Well, any job that has a title that long is usually short on pay. Actually, what do? Do you sell atomic bombs from house to house?
Now, we build atomic reactors for research and for power.
I always like to help a struggling and worthwhile young salesman. How much do they cost?
Well, a complete installation will go from $100,000 up to several million.
No, I don't mean, never mind the total cost. I mean, how much would it be a month?
Well, I don't
if
know.
I can get it by the month, I'll take one. That is, if you give me trading stamps. Well, it's been a very pleasant experience talking to the North and the South simultaneously. And now let's get down to business and see how much money you can win. Now, you have selected from our list of 371 categories the foreign words and phrases. All of the following are foreign words or phrases used in everyday speech. If you miss 2 in a row, you're out. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000. What is the French phrase that means out of action? Well, it's hors de combat.
Well, now,
you should know that.
we have one wrong now. If you get the next one wrong, the game is over for you.
Now, what does the French words mal de mer mean?
Seasickness.
Yes, I'm rather you said it rather than displayed it.
You have one right.
What is the Latin phrase that means my other self or bosom friend?
Alter ego.
That's right, alter ego.
2 right.
Now, what is the German phrase that means till we meet again?
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen is absolutely right.
You don't have 3 right, get the next one right, and you'll have $1,000.
What is the French... No, what is the French phrase that means seek the woman?
Cherchez la femme.
Cherchez la femme is right.
And you've got 4 in a row, so you win $1,000.
Now, you've won $1,000. You can keep it and quit, or else you can come back later and try to double your money. You may even get a chance at $10,000. So why don't you go over there and sit down and think about it, and thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
In just a moment, our second couple will join Groucho to play You Bet Your Life.
When the ice is smooth and the sky is blue and the skaters' waltz is played for 2.
You make it Pabst, 'cause Pabst makes it perfect.
Yes, Pabst makes it perfect. Just as we always have ever since 1844. So next time, you make it Pabst, because Pabst makes it perfect. America's Blue Ribbon beer from the Pabst Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Yes, Pabst makes it perfect.
Groucho, we have a couple of sisters ready to meet you now. One of them doesn't speak English. However, the other one is going to act as her interpreter. So here they are, Mrs. Ida Tondino and Mrs. Isabella Caracciolo. Would you
Welcome
please?
to you. That's enough of that.
All
Welcome
right,
to your
all right.
Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Well, there you are, huh? Ida Tondino, Isabella Caracciolo, huh? Is that right?
Caracciolo.
Groucho?
Caracciolo.
Garaccio. That's where I keep my car in the Garaccio.
Caracciolo. Conosciuto in tutto il mondo.
Now, you say you girls are from Germany?
Italiani.
Oh. This is Ida over here, huh?
Me.
Oh.
Ida.
You're the one that doesn't speak English, huh?
I speak English.
You speak English?
Yes.
Now, ask Isabella how old she is.
Quanti anni tieni? Beh, questa non dovrebbe dirmela questa domanda, perché non è domanda da fare a una donna.
She must be 100, huh?
Non domanda mai l'età di una donna.
How old does she say she is?
47.
She's at 47, huh?
Yeah.
How much did she lose in the translation? You're married, huh?
Yeah.
How long you been married?
35 years.
That's a very romantic to be married,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
35 years. He must be a fine fellow, huh?
Yeah.
What was there about him that made you fall in love with him? Do you remember?
Nothing.
Well, at least you didn't hate him when you met him, did you? Now, Ida, you must have a lot on the ball to be able to hang on to your husband for 35 years.
Yeah.
Are you a good cook?
Cook, look at me. I'm a cook
spaghetti, lasagna, ravioli, pizza, chicken cacciatore, anything you want, I cook for you.
Can you make a garazio?
Garazio, no, it's just a name.
Now, while you're cooking, what does your husband do?
My husband is in the garage. I have a permit.
He's in the garazio, you mean?
Garage.
He's in the garage?
Garage. You have a permit to make wine. I call the people. They have nice time for the friends and drink the wine.
He's in the garage making wine?
Yeah.
Doesn't he know prohibition is over? Why then next time you see him, if you ever do, you know, if he ever comes out of there, tell him he can get it legally now. Isabella, what does your husband do for a living?
Tu marito che faccio per vivere? Il sarto? Teller.
He's a what?
Teller.
No, you tell her. I don't care. What do you mean?
He's teller. He makes a suit for men.
He's a teller and he makes a... He's a tailor, huh?
Teller, yeah.
He's a tailor and he works in a bank?
No.
What does he do? Does he make suits with checks in them?
Suits for men. For you or for somebody else.
He makes a suit?
Suit.
Oh.
He's cutter.
He's a cutter?
Yeah.
No. Ida, I'm curious about you.
Yeah.
How did you two find your way to the show here tonight?
Oh.
Did you have somebody else with you?
Oh, my brother. I think it's in your ends over here someplace.
Your brother?
My brother, Raymond.
Could we get Ida's brother to stand up?
Raymond?
Yeah. Raymond, come up here. Hey, Raymond. How do you do?
That's me.
You know your sisters?
Yes, sir.
No. Now, what is your last name? Raymond what?
Cavallari. Raymond Cavallari.
Cavallari, eh?
I capito adesso.
There you go. Raymond, is there anything I should know about Ida and Isabel that they haven't revealed yet, or do you think we've covered all the bases?
You covered about everything except that my singing sister here says a little serenade for you. They want to serenade you or something.
Oh.
She brought along a guitar, and I think
you play Italian,
would like
Spanish? Where is the guitar?
Play a little bit.
Ida, get your guitar and let's hear you sing. Sing anything you want, providing it isn't in English. Ida, you sing?
You want to sing Solomio?
You sing anything you want.
Anything you want. Solomio. Che bella cosa una giornata sole, l'aria serena dopo una tempesta. Quell'aria fresca sembra già una festa. Che bella cosa una giornata e sole. Manato sole.
Ida, Isabel, Raymond was charming.
Thank you.
And if you're smart, you'll do something with a guitar. Smash it into 1,000 pieces. Oh, it's real good. I like it. How do you like my singing?
Good.
It's good, huh?
Oh, it's good.
Well, let's hope you can win some money in the quiz. I doubt it, but let's see. Raymond, This is an unusual thing. We rarely do this, but we're going to let you help them because they've only been in this country 35 years. 37 years, pardon me. Yeah. Now, you selected mythology. George, you help him, too, huh? You get it. Yeah.
Oh, boy. Why don't you take another subject?
No, they like that. Then.
Oh.
All right, you ready? What handsome youth fell in love with his own reflection in the water?
Quale bel giovane si è innamorato della sua riflessione nell'acqua?
Narciso.
Narcissus, that's right. Yeah. How do you say it?
Narciso.
Narciso, yes, that's pretty good. I thought that was an Italian cheese.
You have one right now.
One right.
All right. Who carved a marble statue of a maiden and then fell in love with her?
Chi ha scolpito l'immagine di una ragazza e poi è caduto in amore con lei?
Pigmalione.
Hey, these kids are no...
Yeah. You now have two right.
They don't need any help. He does.
Back to the old job.
Who in mythology held up the heavens on his shoulders?
Chi nella mitologia ha mantenuto il cielo sulle spalle?
Atlante. Atlante.
Atlas, that's right.
You now have three right.
Who attached his wings with wax, flew too near the sun, and dropped into the sea?
Chi è stata che messe le ali
Di
cera
e... Dedalo, al figlio Icaro.
Yes, that's right. Icarus. Oh, I thought these were such schlemiels. You know, I think this whole accent and dialect was a big fake, the whole thing. They were probably born in Boston, around Harvard College. Now, you've won $1,000. Now, you can keep it and quit, or else you can come back later and try to double your money. You may even get a chance at $10,000. So go over and sit down and think about it. No matter what you decide to do, we were delighted having you on the show. You were a wonderful trio.
We'll find out if any of our contestants will try for $10,000 in just a moment.
This is William Holden, and I'd like to ask you a question. You ever try to move 10 tons? Virtually impossible, I'd say. Yet you have a little muscle that can and does accomplish the equivalent amount of work every day. It's your heart. And it actually pushes 5 to 10 tons of blood through your body every 24 hours. But strong as it is, it can be damaged. It can be affected by various diseases like high blood pressure and hardening of the arteries, which can cause disability and death. Medical investigators are working continuously on these and other diseases of the heart and the blood vessels. Victory will be closer if we join our medical men in their all-out efforts to conquer heart disease. Give generously. Give generously to Help Your Heart Fund. Help your heart. Send a contribution now to your local heart association or to Heart, care of your post office.
Well, here's a story on the big question. Mrs. Tondino and Mrs. Caracciolo have decided to keep their $1,000. They're not going to try for the big money. But Nancy Anderson and Scott Edwards have a different decision, and here they are to tell you all about it.
Now, you won $1,000. Now, if you decide to try for the 10 and you fail, you wind up with a total of $500. Now, what are you going to do?
We're going to try.
Both of us.
Now, get together and pick a number from 1 to 10, and then after you pick the number, spin the wheel.
You pick a number.
And remember, if any number besides the one you pick comes up, the question is worth $2,000. If your number comes up, the question is worth 10. What number have you chosen?
We're going to try 3.
Well, give it a turn. Now, you said 3 and it came 10, so this question is worth $2,000. You ready? I doubt if there's anyone alive who hasn't heard of Grace Kelly's marriage to Prince Rainier. For $2,000, can you tell me Grace's new last name? What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Anything better? I think, I don't know whether I can pronounce it, not, but it's Monaco or whatever the name of the kingdom is. Yeah?
No, I'm sorry. It's Grimaldi.
Oh.
Grimaldi. So I'm sorry you missed it, but you wound up with $500. That isn't too bad. Congratulations, and that'll buy you a lot of martinis.
You Bet Your Life is transcribed in Hollywood. Produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman reminding you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, to hear the one, the only Groucho. And see Groucho every Thursday evening on NBC television. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces around the world.
Victoria de Los Angeles appears on the telephone hour tonight on NBC.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as our scene opens now, and here in the kitchen of the small house halfway up in the next block, we find Mrs. Victor Gook all by herself. She's removing her hat and overcoat because she's just returned from a downtown shopping expedition, and, here's somebody else arriving home, Mr. Rush Gook. Listen.
Why didn't you wait for me when I hollered?
I wasn't going to stand out in the alley and freeze to death.
I'd have walked home with you.
Walked home with me. From the garbage box to the house, about 10 feet. I'd have to be awful hard up for your company to do that.
You kind of embarrassed me. There I was talking with Leroy Snow. I see my mother up ahead. I holler for her to wait. She spurns me. I wouldn't be surprised if what Leroy got the impression I'm a nincompoop around the place.
You are. When did you get home from school?
Just now.
Well, didn't you come home and then go away again?
No. After 7th hour classes, a bunch of us went down to the gym to shoot baskets.
Well, that's funny. The door was unlocked.
You probably forgot to lock it when you left to go downtown.
I did not. I put the key back of the bucket on the wash bench.
Maybe Gov's here.
Vic? No, I don't think so. It's only a few minutes past 4, and he said...
Yeah. There he is, upstairs.
Yes, Abe.
I just hollered to see if you were home, is all.
I'll be down in just a second.
I presume. Hey, what's that stuff?
Where?
Beside the sink.
I don't know.
Looks like clothes.
Well, what's underneath there?
Box, I guess. Looks like a typewriter case.
Don't bother my things beside the sink, kiddo. When do you expect Rush home?
He's home now.
Oh, that's fine. I'm liable to need them.
There's an instrument case, Mom.
Doctors?
No, musicians. This box has probably got an oboe in it or a
Miss
flute.
Miss Apparat phoned a few minutes ago.
Did she? What'd she want?
I never said. She's going to call again around supper time. Oh, here you are, Sam.
Oh.
Hello. Stick close to the premises unless you have other arrangements. Chances are I'll want you to run an errand.
What's that box thing beside the sink?
You'd never guess in the wide, wide world. Kiddo.
Uh-huh.
What you going to do this evening?
Nothing that I know of. Why?
What you going to do this evening, George?
I have to usher for the band concert in the high school auditorium.
That right?
Me and 7 other guys got the job ushering.
Well, look. When you're doing your ushering, just cast your eyes up on the stage and take a glance at the brass section.
Why?
You'll see your father sitting there playing the cornet.
Oh.
There's my cornet. There's my band uniform.
What you talking about? I think your father's got some loose bananas in the beans.
Sounds like it.
I'm not fooling you one bit, kiddo. I'm playing first cornet in the band tonight. I trust you'll be there to applaud. Rush, will you open yonder instrument case and extract therefrom my trusty horn?
Sure.
Also fetch the uniform that's there on top and lay it on the table.
Okay.
Whose stuff is that?
The cornet and the band uniform are both the property of L.W. Sloan.
What you doing with them?
This evening at the high school, I'm going to wear the uniform and blow the horn. I'd advise you to get a snappy front seat. Adolf, usher your mother to a choice location tonight.
This looks like a high-class cornet.
It is. Cost L.W. Sloan $100. Be careful you don't drop it or tarnish it. No, kiddo, here's the way it is. L.W. Sloan's sick and can't be in the concert. Ed Weenie, he's the leader, you know, phoned me up at the office this afternoon and asked if I'd take Sloan's place. There ain't any too many guys in the band, see, and he wants the outfit to look as big as it possibly can. So I dropped by Sloan's house and picked up the uniform and the cornet. He and I are about the same size. That's why I was asked.
But you can't play any cornet.
I know it.
Well, then what's the idea?
I'm just going to pretend to play it. Hold it up to my mouth and work the plungers up and down. There won't be anybody know the difference.
How crazy.
No. I'm doing the band boys a good turn. See, they want to put up as good an appearance as they possibly can. They want every chair filled and every instrument used. I told Ed Weenie I'd be glad to help out. The band is a community project, and as a good citizen, I can do no less than... hand it here one side.
Sure is shiny and nice.
You betcha.
What tunes you going to play?
My music's there in the case. Get it, will you?
Well, you've never even tooted a horn before, have you?
Don't even know how.
And you're going to sit up there on the stage in front of everybody with that gold-braided suit on and act like you're tooting?
Sure.
Ridiculous.
No, it's not.
You'll throw the other fellas off their music.
I'm not going to really blow this, you understand? There won't be a sound out of me. All I'll do is puff out my cheeks and work these button things up and down.
Here's your band pieces, guy.
Oh, thanks. See what we're going to play, kiddo?
Mm-hmm.
These are my cornet parts. I play these notes written along this page. What's this first note, you know, Rush?
B flat, I guess. Not sure.
B flat, see, say? I start out with B flat. What's B flat sound like, son?
Oh, B. Play it on your horn once.
I can't.
You're some cornet player.
The people that patronize the high school auditorium tonight will think I'm as good enough cornet player. They'll see me getting red in the face from blowing and my fingers pumping these do-funnies up and down like a house afire.
What if the audience hollers for a solo?
In that case, I'll probably be exposed and get tired and feathered and run out of town. Look at the selections we're going to render, kiddo. The Green Dragon March, Hunkelman Academy Salute, Three Little Girls Tripping to School, Bright Birds in the Forest, Rhapsody in F sharp major, Clark Street Stump, whole smear of high-class tunes. Rush, how's this number start out?
I haven't had to read any music since I left Edward's school, Gov. Forgot all I ever knew about it.
Well, you can figure out the notes, can't you?
Well, this first one's A, I think.
Well, how's she sound?
A.
Well, what's the next one?
C.
Let's hear it.
C.
Wonder how you make it go on this horn. Maybe if I fiddle around it a little, I bet the middle do-jigger makes C.
You don't expect to learn to play your cornet by tonight, do you?
No, but I might pick up a few tricks.
Oh, Vic, I don't like this at all.
Why?
Oh, you making a spectacle of yourself.
I'm not going to make any spectacle of myself.
Sitting in the band all dressed up in gold braid, pretending you're playing music.
Well, the audience won't know I'm pretending.
Fred and Ruthie are going to this concert tonight. And Miss Apparat and Miss Brighton. Everybody.
So what?
Well, they know you can't play a horn.
I repeat, so what?
They'll think they're seeing nightmares. Mr. Gook that can't carry a tune in a bushel basket out of a clear sky playing in the band.
Once again, I asked, so what?
Well, I'll feel like a fool.
Why?
People will stare at me.
Oh.
Won't everybody bombard me with questions while I'm ushering? I never knew your father played the cornet. How long has he been in the band?
They'll ask me that, too.
That's okay. Let them ask.
Well, what'll I tell them? That my husband's just making out like he's tooting?
Anybody gets vulgarly curious, change the subject. Say, wasn't that last selection peachy, Miss Apparat? Band music goes right down to my toes, Mr. Lartz.
It's crazy, Vic.
No, now listen. They need somebody to help fill up the stage and give the band a bigger look. I'm being a nice fella to help them out. Because I kind of like the idea of wearing a uniform.
You'll make yourself ridiculous.
How?
Oh, just well.
On the contrary, I expect to cut quite a fancy figure. I'll sit upright in my chair, study my music with a strong, manly eye.
Oh, your music.
Sure, my music.
Besides, it's dishonest.
What is?
Setting on like you're playing pieces on a horn when really you're not making a sound.
Oh, shucks.
Why, Ruthie and them will faint.
Fine.
If you're determined to do this, why don't you just lay the cornet in your lap?
While the other guys are playing, you mean?
Yes.
Well, wouldn't I be a hot-looking musician?
Be better than cheating.
Oh, cheating.
It's nothing but cheating.
Oh, forget it, kiddo. I probably won't be arrested for this cheating I'm going to do. What's that selection you got there, Rush?
The Dance of the Primroses.
I believe that's along about the middle of the program. Very pretty piece. See, Sade, all the notes I play?
You don't know them notes from beans.
Perhaps not, but those who come to hear the band concert will think I'm throwing in frills by the dozen. Ed Weeney's going to show me how to hold the cornet tonight and give me tips about pushing down the valves and all that. Occasionally I'll lean over and study my music real hard, like I'm not sure whether the next note's a flat or a sharp. Catch that?
Oh, my.
Bill, what's this first one?
I call it D.
How's she go?
D.
D.
A little higher. D.
D?
Yeah.
See, kiddo? It's not hard to play the cornet.
Which concludes another brief interlude. The small house halfway up in the next block.
Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meats eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, no, Duffy. How's business? It's staggering. The customers? Ditto. By the way, Duffy, we just got a letter congratulating us on a new 30-cent lunch. Yes, it was sent by Cavendish the Undertaker. He says the lunch has helped his business. He had only one complaint. Last week he had to bury two of them still clutching their forks. Yeah, lucky we're using the old silverware. There's more mail, too. The building inspector sent us a nice letter of recommendation. Yeah, he recommends an earthquake. He says the wood in our walls is so rotten the termites have started bringing their own lunch. Well, we'll have to do something about it someday. Then we got another letter here enclosing a clipping about the New York Police Department. Yeah, they got the first prize for having the most fingerprints of criminals in the whole country. Uh-huh. Second prize went to our roller towel. Yeah, that's something to be proud of, Duffy. And then there's another letter. Hey, wait a minute. This one's for me personal. I'll call you back later. Okay, so long. Who's the letter from, Mr. Archer? I don't know, Fats. It's got the initials MP on the envelope. I wonder if it's from a member of Parliament, or maybe it could be from the military police. Or it could be from our kitchen. An MP in the kitchen? Mice Patrol. Very facetious. Let's see here. MP. Holy cat. It's from me nephew, Morton Poggenberg. Gee, imagine hearing from little Morton. He's me aunt's kid, you know. On the distaff side? No, on the riffraff side. Let's see what he has to say. Dear Uncle Archie. Fats. Look how the kid spells Uncle. U-N-C-L-E. Oh, ain't that cute? Yeah, cute. And right, too. How old is he? Well, let's see now. Morton was born the year that Uncle Decatur was sent up the river. That was around 1939. Gee, Morton must be almost 11 years old.
Holy cat, in 1939 seems like almost yesterday.
I bet it don't to Uncle Decatur.
Oh, go on. Uncle Decatur loves it up there. He always loved the water, you know, so naturally he's happy to have a room with a view of the river. Let's see what little Morton says here. He says, Dear Uncle Archie, my family have gone to the mountains, and I thought it would be nice if I came and stayed with you until they return. Holy cat, facts, I'm going to have a kid.
Ain't it wonderful what them vitamins can do?
Yeah, let's see what the kid says. I will arrive Friday after school. Hey, that's today. P.S. Congratulations on being the first millionaire in the family. I can't wait until I see your 14-room penthouse.
Where did he get that idea?
I guess from the letter that I wrote him. I told him I was filthy rich.
Well, you was half right.
Okay, Pat, so I took a little liberty.
That wasn't liberty. That was AWOL. Where's this little Morton going to stay?
Well, I was thinking of putting him in the back room here at the tavern.
You'd let that innocent young boy sleep in that back room?
Why not? It's unoccupied.
Unoccupied? Humanly speaking, yes. Zoologically, no.
Well, if the worst comes to the worst, he can always live with me.
In that 14-room penthouse?
All right, so it ain't quite 14 rooms.
It ain't quite 2 rooms unless you count the pigeon coop. And where are you going to feed him?
Right here at the tavern.
Oh, no.
Why not? The food around here is okay for a growing boy.
Not if you want him to keep on growing.
Look, Fats, there are more horrible things in the world than the food in Duffy's Tavern, believe me.
Oh,
hello, Finnegan. Hey, did you hear the news? I'm practically a father.
What do you mean?
I'm going to have a boy here any minute.
Oh, shall I go boil some water?
Finnegan, no, it's my little nephew, Morton. He's coming down tonight, and I'm wondering what to do with him. Tell me, do you know anything about growing children?
Not very much, George. I never grew any.
What about your parents?
What about them?
Did they ever have any children that lived?
Certainly, George. My brother.
What about you?
Me? Well, I got off to a bad start.
How come?
Well, you see, when I was born, me old man wanted a collie.
Must have been kind of disappointed, wasn't he?
Not at all. For 5 years, he thought he had one.
Tell me, how did he find out his mistake?
I was too shaggy.
Very interesting. Do you have any more of these Shaggy Finnegan stories?
Yeah. Get this.
Is it a joke?
Yeah.
Okay, shoot me the joke.
Okay. When I was born, I was a bottle baby.
So what? Lots of babies are bottle babies.
Inside the bottle? That's a good joke, George.
In your case, it ain't a joke.
Hey, look, when am I going to meet this nephew of yours, George?
He'll be here tonight.
Oh, good. You know, George, I love kids.
You do, huh?
Yeah. There's something about them that's so childish. And the kids love me, too.
They do, huh?
Oh, yeah. I got a knack for not making them feel inferior. I don't know how I do it.
Well, maybe you can help me take care of Morton.
Oh, I'd love to.
Well, what would you do, for instance, Finnegan, if I left you in charge?
Well, if he likes television, I could take him up to my room and let him watch Hopalong Cassidy through the screen.
Through the Finnegan, you mean on the screen?
No, through it. At my house, we watch the set across the alley. Then, if we got tired of television, we could sit around and talk about the facts of life.
You're going to talk about the facts of life with an 11-year-old kid?
Well, Arch, I got to learn sometime.
Well, if I need a sophisticated babysitter, I'll get in touch with you.
Okay.
Oh, Archie. Hello, Hello, Finnegan.
Hello, Miss Duffy.
Say, Miss Duffy, you look perfectly beautiful tonight.
Oh, no, I don't.
But, Miss Duffy, you do.
Oh, no, I don't.
Gee, maybe I was wrong.
Duffy, I think you should have quit when you was ahead. But there is something different about you tonight.
Yeah, I'm using a new shade of lipstick.
Oh, is that it? I thought you cut yourself shaving.
Very funny.
Miss Duffy, how come you changed your lipstick?
Well, frankly, the results from the brands I've been using are quite disappointing.
Oh, which have you been using, then?
Oh, passionate allure, seductive temptation, mild surrender.
What's this one called?
Come and get it.
Please, Miss Duffy, try and be a little more ladylike tonight. We're expecting a little stranger in our amongst. Me nephew.
Your nephew? That's nice. How old is he, Archie?
I'm afraid he's at that awkward age, you know. He's lost interest in Peter Rabbit, and he started to ask questions about Faye Emerson.
Well, that don't sound so awkward to me. Tell me, you think he'll be busy tonight?
Look, Miss Duffy, the kid's only 11.
Around 9 o'clock?
I said the kid's only 11.
Then what about 7 o'clock?
This dame is a tiger.
Look, Archie, I'm just trying to hold on to my youth.
Well, you ain't holding on to this one. This dame will stop at nothing.
Huh. To listen to you, a person would think that all I ever do is chase men.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Then what would you say?
Oh, I might say that you're the only dame I know who walks around with her own net waiting for the YMCA's to catch on fire. But I wouldn't say you chase men. But, look, you lay off this kid now. I want him brought up right. I want him to take after me.
You want him to take after you?
That's right. Hey, where you going?
To lock the cash register.
Hey, Art, I just been thinking.
How likely story? About what, Finnegan?
What to do with your little nephew tonight? I think I'll take him to see a burlesque show.
A burlesque show?
Yeah.
The kid's only 11 years old.
Don't worry, he'll be older when he gets out of there.
Finnegan, you better lay off of the kid now. Oh, Fats, look, Morton's going to be here any minute. Is there anything I can do to give the place a little more class?
Yeah.
What?
Go hide in the closet.
Look, Fats, if a certain employee here continues these comedy cracks, he's going to be the Milton Berle of the bread line. Now, leave us out the one sloughing up the joint here. By the way, who is that toothless-looking stranger over there in the corner?
I don't know.
Well, ask him to leave. We got enough regular bums here without catering to strangers. Go ahead, throw him out.
You mean that mass of muscles?
Yeah.
With the cauliflower ears?
Yeah.
And the brass knuckles sticking out of his pocket?
Yeah, that's the one. Well, what you standing there for?
I'd rather be standing here than laying over there.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't tell me you're scared of the guy.
That bone crusher over there?
Yeah.
About 6'4", weighing about 300 pounds?
Yeah.
Reading the Wrestlers Weekly?
That's the guy. Throw him out. He ain't even bought a beer for over 2 hours.
He's having one on me right now.
Fats, cut out the stalling, will you?
Look, Mr. Archer, after all, I'm a piano player.
So?
So I got to watch my hands.
How do you mean?
I don't want them separated from my body.
Okay, then save your hands. Kick the guy out.
Say, Archie.
Huh? Yeah?
I was just thinking where Morton could sleep tonight.
Where?
In our parlor.
Your parlor, but don't you usually have a date on Friday nights?
Yeah, but tonight I got a date with a fella who's interested in me for my mind.
Oh.
So Morton could sleep on the horsehair sofa.
The horsehair sofa, but that's the one your mother faints on.
When?
Every time your old man comes home sober.
So what?
You think I want the kid crushed to a pulp?
No, I guess he'd be better off sleeping with me after all,
Oh, Mr. Archie.
Yeah?
That muscular gentleman that you asked me to throw out.
Don't tell me the big lug is still here.
He's here, all right. He said this is a free country.
Never mind what the bum says. You throw him out.
And he further says if you want him thrown out, why don't you do it in person?
Well, he's lucky this is a free country.
You mean you ain't going to throw him out?
Well, I would, but Morton's liable to walk in. I don't want him to see what a bad example I could be by seeing his uncle in a blind fury. Oh, it's had a fine time for three-drink Moriarty to wake up. Fats, quick, play something.
What?
Play anything loud enough to drown a guy out. What a place to bring a child. Hurry.
My baby, she's got great big feet. She's long, lean, and lanky, had nothing to eat, but she's my baby, and I love her just the same. I'm crazy about that woman 'cause Caledonia is her name. Caledonia, Caledonia, what makes your feet get so hard? But I love you just the same. I'm crazy about that woman 'cause Caledonia is her name. My morale. But Mama don't know I'm crazy about Caledonia. She's such a swell gal. So I'm going out to Caledonia's house and I'm going to ask her just one more time. Caledonia, Caledonia, what makes your baby get so hard?
I'll tell you what I want you to do next. I'm going to have Morton sleep with me tonight, so I want you to go over and clean up my room.
Clean up your room?
Yeah.
Couldn't I throw that wrestle out instead?
Look, do what I tell you, will you? And don't forget to take me socks off the radiator and stand them in the closet. Now, one other thing.
Yes, sir.
You know that picture I got hanging in my room, the one of Aphrodite, you know?
What about it?
If you notice, she ain't wearing one. So, pin a handkerchief over from the neck down.
Charlie,
Yeah?
I think your little nephew just came in.
Where?
There.
Oh, yeah, cute little kid, ain't he?
Well, Uncle Archie. My, you're much more intelligent looking than the family said you'd be.
I'm Finnegan. That's Uncle Archie over there.
Oh, you're Uncle Archie?
Yeah.
Well, I guess there are more important things in this world than looks.
If he wasn't so big for his age, I'd punch him in the nose. Well, me little nephew Morton. Well, sir, glad to see you, Morton. Let's have conversation, huh? I suppose you go to school?
Of course.
Uh-huh. Tell me, are they learning you anything?
Indubitably.
Well, at your age, I was only up to trigonometry. I suppose, like most kids, though, you hate school, huh, Morton?
Uncle, I'm afraid I must negate your theory.
I thought you'd agree with me. But I still say you ought to stay in school for another year or two, you know? A little extra education never hurt nobody.
Another year or two?
Yeah.
But, Uncle Archie, I'm already planning to go to college.
Well, I see you inherited the family taste for knowledge. Tell me, Morton, when do you plan to go to college?
Well, I'm eligible now, but Mother doesn't want me to matriculate too young.
And she's right. Go to college first, then by the way, what's that book under your arm there?
This book? Improper French Nouns.
Improper French Nouns. I guess all kids go through that stage. Just don't let me catch you writing them on the sidewalk. Well, I'm glad you came to visit me, Morton, and I'll tell you what, if you're a good boy, I'm going to help you with your homework.
Well, thank you, Uncle. Are you very good at geography?
Geography? Am I good at geography? Get this, kid. An island is a body of land surrounded by water. Now, what else would you like to know?
Well, perhaps you can help me locate the Himalayas.
Locate the Himalayas? They ain't the people running that sukiyaki joint on 2nd Avenue.
Uncle Archie, the Himalayas happen to be mountains.
Mountains? Look, kid, they're not fat if they're friends of yours, they're friends of mine. Now, you got any more questions?
Yes, one more question.
What?
If you're a millionaire, why are you working in a place like this?
What's wrong with this place?
Well, those are little animals there running around on the floor.
I breed them for show purposes.
And why don't I see any big limousine out in front?
Well, my Cadillac is back at the factory having the brakes relined. With mink, of course.
You certainly must be rich.
Rich as a crocus, kid. But, you know, it ain't tough to make dough if you got the right connections. Rockefeller says to me, Archie, buy 50 million shares of Standard Oil. Henry Kaiser says, Archie, buy 60 million shares of Kaiser Pfizer. First thing you know, you got $100 in your pocket.
Gee, it must be wonderful to know all those people. Uncle Archie, do you know anybody in radio?
In radio? Well, kid, there ain't many left. Tell me, why do you ask?
Well, I'd like to get on one of those quiz programs, like Information, Please. I thought maybe you might know Clifton Fadiman.
Clifton Fadiman? Kid, I'll get you on with Senator Tobey or that Keith Forver. Big time quiz. You know what I say. Now you got 32 years. Would you like to try for 64?
No, Uncle Archie. I want to get on Information, Please. You see, I've listened for years, and I've answered some very difficult questions.
You've answered difficult questions, huh?
Yes.
Okay, quick. Name me the first president of the United States.
George Washington.
The kid's brilliant. Maybe we got something here. Tell you what we'll do, kid. We'll start training tonight. We'll get a board of experts around the place and set up a quiz show. It'll be good practical experience for you. You know, if there are any bugs in your head, we can iron them out. Now, Miss Duffy and Finnegan, look, we're going to have a quiz show tonight, and you're the board of experts, okay?
Okay.
Morton, I'd like to have you meet up with your board of experts here.
Experts? They don't look very intelligent to me.
Well, you see, they've been on television all day, and they're still a little distorted. Now, leave us get started. First, we present Miss Duffy, our expert on maritime relations and wildlife. Miss Duffy, this is our contestant, Morton.
Say, you're cute. You know, I'd kiss you if you were a little bigger.
Please, a remark like that is enough to start the kid smoking to stunt his growth.
Gee, Uncle, she's attractive, isn't she?
Martin, I'm afraid all them books you've been reading have ruined your eyesight.
Archie, why don't you go down to the ocean and pull a wave over your head?
I'm sorry, Miss Duffy, but Uncle Archie's much too bright. So I hope you'll accept my apology in his behalf.
Look, Martin, when my behalf has said something, it's a shame if it'll apologize for itself. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to have you meet our next metal giant, Clifton Finnegan.
Hello, Martin. Here, have a Tootsie Roll.
I'm afraid I must decline, Mr. Finnegan. Experience has taught me that the excessive consumption of carbohydrates is deleterious to the proper functioning of the body.
Hey, does he or don't he want a Tootsie Roll?
Finnegan, you heard the kid as well as I did. Give him a Tootsie Roll. Now, let's get going with the quiz. In tonight's contest, ladies and gentlemen, each contestant will receive $10 in cash. Huh? Okay, Duffy. Correction. Each contestant will not receive $10 in cash. Now, experts, the first question is in 3 parts. Who said of the people, by the people, and for the people? Mr. Finnegan?
We the people.
We the people. I'm afraid you're wrong, Mr. Finnegan.
I know. Abraham Lincoln.
Well, you ought to know. You probably heard him say it. And next, folks, a scientific question. How does the process of pasteurization get its name? Martin?
From its inventor, Louis Pasteur.
Sorry, Martin.
But Uncle Archie, it is Pasteur. Pasteur, pasteurized.
Martin, you heard of homogenized milk?
Yes.
Is there such a guy as Hajime?
No. No.
No. Touche. Mr. Finnegan, where did pasteurization get its name?
From that movie.
What movie?
Green Pastures.
Correct. Well, better luck on the next question, Morton. Now, this question comes from One-Arm Pfeffnick, former lion tamer of East Orange, New Jersey. What is meant by a high protective tariff? Morton?
Well, as I understand it, a protective tariff is a stopgap legislated on corporate and individual goods, which through economic compulsion and consumer goods demand results in absolute parity of distribution.
Stop talking like a child. Mr. Finnegan, I see your hand is up.
I know what.
Does that mean you know the answer?
No, it means I'd like to leave the room.
And thank you, Clifton Finnegan. Now, the next question. Next question's a musical question submitted by Mr. Sam Steinway. First part of the question is, what season does the following song suggest? Miss Duffy?
Leap year.
Uh-huh. What month?
Who cares?
Well, I'm going to give you full credit for that. I like the spirit. Morton, by the way, did you recognize the song, too?
Yes, it was Mendelssohn's Wedding March.
Yes, that is correct, from Richard Wagner's famous opera Das Lohengrin. Well, that's showing a little improvement, Morton. Now for the last half of the question. What state is suggested by the following song? Morton?
Carolina.
North or south?
North or south? What's the difference?
What's the difference? 50 million lives is lost in the Civil War, and this kid wants to know what's the difference. Morton, I'm afraid it's hopeless for you to try to get on information, please.
Uncle Archie, I think so, too.
Well, I'm glad we agree.
If you've got a 14-room penthouse and a limousine, then I'm convinced that it pays to be ignorant.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Join us here at Duffy's Tavern, transcribed next Friday evening. This Saturday night, screen actor Brian Donlevy leads you on another dangerous assignment. Then later Saturday evening, hear Mr. Moto and adventures in international intrigue. Sunday is your invitation to hear The Silent Men, featuring Douglas Fairbanks. Then on Monday, Herbert Marshall assumes the mysterious role of the man called X. Tuesday, it's Big Town. And on Wednesday, there's Big Story, with authentic stories brought to the NBC microphone by ace newspapermen.
T-E-E-L, Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice. That's it. T-E-E-L. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, brings you The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember, friends, for beautiful smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. And just for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley, and The Life of Riley. Like most of us, Chester A. Riley believes in the old adage that honesty is the best policy. But every now and then he's put to the test. For instance, the other evening, coming home on the bus, Riley found a large, unmarked cardboard box on the empty seat next to him.
Well, what do you know? Somebody got off the bus and forgot a box. Quite a box. 2 feet long, 6 inches high. It's too big for butter. Too small for a pool cue. Wonder what's in it.
Careful, Riley.
Who's that?
You know me, Riley. I am your conscience.
Oh, it's you, Conscience. Are you back again?
Back? I've never been away, Riley. Believe me, you're a full-time job.
Oh, yeah, well, get this straight, Conscience. I never asked you to move into my head. You got into this mess yourself.
Now, Riley, I'm your friend, and I'm warning you, don't open that box.
Oh, me? You know I wouldn't do a thing like that.
Riley, stop fooling with that string.
Well, what do you know? The string broke. I wonder how that happened.
Put that knife away. And don't look in that box.
Okay, I won't look. Well, goodbye now. You don't have to worry about me.
Riley,
Oh, just one little peek. A quick one. With one eye closed.
Riley.
Well, look what's in here. A dead cat. And it's an old cat. Look at all the gray hairs it's got.
Riley, that is a silver fox.
A silver fox? Gosh, just what my wife always wanted.
Riley, you can't keep that fur. Remember what Benjamin Franklin said? Honesty is the best policy.
Okay, so Benjamin Franklin said that. But I don't have to listen to a grown man who spends all his time flying a kite.
Riley, hand that fur piece over to the bus driver.
All right, stop nagging. I was going to hint. No, not to that driver. That driver wouldn't turn this fur piece in.
How do you know?
She's a woman. And she's got a naked neck.
Mark my words, Riley. If you keep that fur piece, you'll regret it.
I ain't keeping it, honest, I ain't. I'll just take it home until I find out who it belongs to. Now beat it, Conscience.
I'll never leave you, Riley. I'm staying right here, in your brain.
Okay, stay in my brain. But I'm warning you, if you don't shut your big mouth, I'm going to get a short haircut and freeze the pants off you.
Honeybee Gillis. Well, come in.
Well, hello, Mrs. Gillis.
Hello, Peg, darling. I simply had to dash over and show you the new negligee my Jimsy gave me for our anniversary. Isn't it just scrumptious? Oh, yes, it's adorable, Honeybee. Oh, and so Oh, sheer, Mrs. Gillis. It's like a spider web.
Yeah, Mrs. Gillis. All you need now is 6 more legs.
Junior. Oh, I'm just so thrilled about my negligee. Now, don't you get jealous, Peg, darling. Riley might get you one. They make them in cheaper models, too. Oh, is that a new bag, Peg? Yes, today's my birthday. The children gave it to me. Oh, how sweet. And what did your husband get for you? Well, he isn't home yet. I knew it. He's forgotten. Oh, the brute. Oh, you poor darling. Honeybee, will you please stop feeling sorry for me? I'm sure Riley will bring me some little remembrance.
Pop never forgets Mom's birthday. Last year he took her to a show.
Oh, well, maybe this year he couldn't get 2 passes. Oh, Daddy's coming up the walk now. And he's got a box under his arm. Oh, really? A box? You see, Honeybee, my Riley didn't forget after all. I wonder how much he spent.
Hey, Dumpling.
In here, dear.
Say, what do you think? On my way home, Oh, hello, Honeybee. Listen, Peg, Hey, what's everybody staring at me for? I know I'm gorgeous, but I ain't that gorgeous.
Oh, Daddy, we're so glad you're home. Some people thought you'd forget.
Why should I forget? I know where we live.
Peg, I think Riley has forgotten it's somebody's birthday.
Birthday? Oh, yeah. Congratulations.
Is that all? Don't you think she deserves a little kiss?
Oh, all right, Peg, if you insist. Okay, Honeybee, pucker up.
Oh, stop joking, Riley. You know it's my birthday.
Do I? I mean, I do, sure. Happy Peg Day, Bert. I forget.
Oh, now don't tell me what's in that box, dear. I want to open it myself.
Oh, now wait, Dumpling. This box
Oh,
is...
for heaven's sake, Peg, open it.
No, wait, Peg. You let go. Listen.
Oh, stop clowning, dear. There, it's open. Oh, Riley. A fox. A silver fox. A silver fox. Oh, Riley, you're a darling.
Yeah, only I...
Well, do you like it, Honeybee? Yes, and I hate my negligee.
Look, Dumpling, I gotta tell you something about where I got this fur. It's just something I picked up.
Oh, you sweet, modest angel. Oh, my. It must have cost a small fortune. How much did you have to spend, Riley, if I'm not too nosy?
10 cents. And you are. Hey, there's something you gotta know about this silver fox.
Yes? What about it, you wonderful, thoughtful, generous darling?
It's yours. With love from 2 people who give you the shirt off their back. Me and the fox.
Mr. Riley.
Oh, hello, Waldo. How's my little friend and neighbor?
Oh, my aching back.
Trouble with your wife again, Waldo?
Oh, my, yes. You know, that pipe you gave me for Christmas?
Yeah?
Well, my wife stepped on it and smashed it into 1,000 pieces.
Well, why should that bother you?
I had the pipe between my teeth at the time.
Well, don't you worry, Waldo. I'll get you another bubble pipe.
You're in trouble, aren't you, Mr. Riley?
Yeah, with my wife. How did you hear about it?
I happened to be passing your keyhole. Mr. Riley, you found that fur, didn't you?
Well, but I couldn't tell my wife I forgot her birthday in front of Honeybee, and... Well, now if I take it away, it would break her heart.
But that's stealing. Suppose you're caught. What will you tell the police?
Police? Well, I could make up some good logical excuse.
Like what, Mr. Riley?
Like The fox was molting and left his fur in the bus.
Mr. Riley, you must put an ad in the lost and found column. Then, if no one claims it, it's yours.
Yeah, but suppose some guy claims it's his when it really isn't.
Well, you have to word the ad in such a way that only the real owner can claim it. For instance, found, silver fox on Wilshire bus. Owner may have by describing same.
No, that's too easy. I better not mention the bus. And if I say it's a fur, I'm asking for trouble. I want to make sure the real owner gets it. So I'll say like this. If you think I found something you think you lost, try and prove it. Oh, it's you again, Conscience. Why don't you leave me alone?
Riley, when are you going to do something about returning that fur?
I'm doing everything I can. I put an ad in the newspaper, didn't I?
Yes, but what a newspaper. Whoever reads the Walrus Hunter's Gazette?
Who? Every Eskimo in Alaska, that's who.
Riley, you've stalled long enough. If you really want to find the owner, look for his ad in the Lost and Found.
I'm looking, but it won't be here. Lost black purse, lost one cocker spaniel, lost pearl necklace. You see, it ain't here.
Riley, what's that ad under your thumb?
What?
Move your thumb.
I can't. I got rheumatism.
Move it, you wretch.
Okay, I moved it. Still don't see anything.
Open your eyes.
Okay. Lost on Wilshire bus. Valuable silver fox neck piece. Initials TS inside fox's mouth. Oh, why did I ever learn how to read?
All right, Riley. You know what to do now. And if you don't
All right, I'll do it.
All right.
I told you I'll do it. Stop nagging at me, you pest. It's you, Dumpling.
Why, Riley, what's wrong with you? Who are you yelling at?
Oh, it's nothing. I was just talking to myself, and I made a nasty crack. I see you're wearing your new fox fur.
Yes, dear. Isn't it beautiful?
No, it's your neck that's beautiful, Dumpling. But why hide it with that old fur?
What?
I mean, your neck is like one of them beautiful white birds that swim on the lake. You know, a goose. And you never see a goose wearing a fox fur.
Oh, go on. You flatter.
No, I mean it. Let me take that fur back and get you something better, huh? How about a nice 5-pound box of peanut brittle, huh?
Oh, stop teasing, you darling. If you ever try to take this fur away from me, you'll have to get yourself another wife.
Oh, what a spot. I gotta get that fox away from her by hook or by crook. Hey, that's it. Tonight, while everybody's asleep, I'll get some low crook to rob my house. Sure, that's perfect. And I'm just the crook who can do it.
Theo has just brought you the first act of The Life of Riley, and we'll return to Riley in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is Ken Carpenter. You may not realize it, but only liquid teal of all leading dentifrices protects your teeth from a certain type of cavity. Here are the facts. Out of every 10 adults, 8 have receding gums. And when gums recede, parts of your teeth are exposed which are 25 times softer than tooth enamel. Daily brushing of those softer parts with toothpaste or powder containing harsh abrasives can cause real damage. Chances are 8 in 10 you're risking ground-in gum-line cavities, unless the dentifrice you use contains no such abrasives. And of all leading dentifrices, only Teal contains no abrasives. Teal cleans teeth with a patented ingredient, protects teeth from such cavities. The Teal way takes 1 extra minute a week to make teeth look their best safely. Just follow directions on the package. And ask for large family-sized Teal and save money. T-E-E-L, Teal, the foamy, refreshing, liquid dentifrice. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. When Riley found a silver fox fur piece on a bus, he naturally planned to return it. But when his wife saw it, she assumed that it was a birthday present for her. Riley couldn't explain in front of gossipy Honeybee Gillis, and now he's afraid to tell the truth and humiliate Peg. So he's decided upon a daring plan of action to rob his own house.
Waldo, where are you? Where'd you get to? I'm down here. I fell into a gopher hole. My, it's dark. Where's the window you left open?
Must be around here somewhere. It's near the door. Oh, I can feel the doorknob.
Mr. Riley, that's my head.
Take the window. Wait, I gotta put on these gloves so my fingers won't leave any footprints.
Oh, dear. Must we go through with this burglary?
Yes, I gotta give the fur back without Peg knowing it's me who took it, and it's gotta look like an outside job. Now, come on. Now, give me a boost up, Waldo.
All right, there.
Okay. All right. I'm in.
There is a burglar alarm.
No, it's your phone.
Oh, yeah. Hello?
Miss Riley, this is Honeybee Gillis next door. I just saw a burglar climbing in your kitchen window.
A burglar? Oh, thank goodness I'm home. Wait a minute. Who's a burglar?
He was an ugly, vicious-looking brute, a real criminal type.
She recognized me. Okay, thanks, Honeybee. It won't happen again. Fine thing. This is supposed to be a free country, and a man can't even rob his own house in peace.
Oh, dear. We can't steal the fur now. What do you do?
I'm desperate, Waldo. I'm going to take a walk and think. And when I start thinking, then you know I'm desperate.
Oh, there, Riley.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, it's you, Digger. I didn't hear you walking behind me.
Most people don't. Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
So, what are you doing out so late, Digger?
I've just come from the weekly meeting of my club, the UEPGC.
UEPGC?
Yes, the Undertakers, Embalmers, and Pallbearers Glee Club. I play clarinet in the swing orchestra.
Well, I didn't know you were a hep cat, Digger.
Ah, yes. Last week we gave a concert at the Mortician's Mardi Gras. We laid them out in the aisle.
I'd like to hear you play sometime, Digger.
Oh, fine. Next time you pass my shop, drop in. I'll send you out of this world.
Digger, I'm in an awful jam. You see, I forgot it was my wife's birthday.
Ah, yes, right. Once I forgot my wife's natal day until the stores were closed. So I brought her a bouquet of flowers from my place of business. Oh, she was furious.
Why? She got flowers?
I forgot to remove the ribbon which said, "Gone but not forgotten."
Well, I'm in worse trouble, Digger. You see, I found a fur piece, and Peg thought it was her present, and I didn't have the heart to tell the truth.
Oh, Riley, you mean you lied?
Huh?
Oh, that's bad. Never prevaricate, or someday your epitaph is likely to read, "Here is Riley, and say what you will. He lied all through life, and he's lying here." Still.
Yeah, you're right, Digger. I shouldn't have lied.
Riley, first you must buy your dear wife a gift.
Oh, but I already did. Look, I got her this gold locket, you see? Digger, you think my wife will forgive me?
Oh, I know she will. Your wife is like other men's wife. Gentle and genuine. Devoted and beautiful. Feminine and faithful. I adore other men's wives. That's okay. Well, cheerio, Riley. I'd better be shoveling off.
on, dear. Breakfast is ready.
Oh, Dumpling, wait. There's something I want to say to you.
Yes?
And there's no time like the present.
Oh, that's right, dear.
So I think I'll wait till tomorrow.
Now, Riley, if there's something on your mind, let's have it.
Well, Peg, you see, I was coming home on the bus and...
Oh, Honeybee. My dear, pardon me for barging in so early, but I may have some terribly interesting news for you. News? About what? About your silver fox. But first, can I take a teeny-weeny look inside its mouth? Inside its mouth? Well, sure, it's right over there.
No, Peg, don't let it.
Aha! Just as I thought. Here's the initials, T.S. T.S.?
Maybe it's a misprint.
Don't you see, Peg, darling? Your generous husband didn't buy this at all. Honeybee, just what are you trying to insinuate?
Yeah, what are you trying to incinerate? If you got something nasty to say, act like a lady and say it behind my back, not to my face. Come on, Peg, let's get out of this miserable house. Let's go home.
Riley, we are home.
Trapped.
Here, this ad explains everything. Read it.
No, Peg, don't read it.
Let me see. Lost Silver Fox, initials T.S. Oh, this is terrible. Riley.
No, don't get excited, Dumpling. Don't get excited. The fur I gave you, when I came, it was your birthday, and you're hanging an innocent man.
Well, what about those initials, T.S.? Can you explain that?
Well, sure. That's the trademark. It shows what kind of a fox it is.
Trademark?
Yeah, there's T.S., the 20th Century Fox, that's it.
I've never been so humiliated in all my life. Why, you found it on a bus. You practically stole it. And you made me think it was a present. Well, why don't you say something?
What a revolting development this is.
Daddy, Mother says come in and eat.
She asked for me?
Not exactly. She told Junior to tell me to tell you.
She won't even speak to me secondhand. Well, two can play at that game. Babs, you tell Junior to tell you to tell her that I ain't hungry.
Oh, come on in, Pop. Mom's dying to forgive you.
Well, okay. Here I come.
Mother, here's Daddy.
Tell your father I see him.
She sees you, Daddy.
Well, go on, Pop. Say something.
Well, how do you do, Peg?
Oh, Riley, come on, eat your supper.
She spoke. She spoke to me. Dumpling, you forgive me?
Yes, but I'm still mad as I can be.
Yeah, I know, Peg. I guess taking back that silver fox must have broke your heart.
Well, it was beautiful, but I can live without a thing like that. Anyway, it made me sneeze.
Oh, Dumpling, you're wonderful. And don't you worry about that old fur piece. I got you something else to keep your neck warm. This locket. Here.
Oh, it's beautiful, dear.
Just a little thing. It's got some pictures in it.
Where?
In the back. Huh?
Oh, so it has. Pictures of the four of us.
Yeah. My picture didn't come out so good. It looks just like me.
Oh, and this. A curl from each of the children's hair when they were babies. Oh, Riley.
Gosh, everything I give you makes you sneeze.
Well, I'm not sneezing.
Well, gee, don't cry.
Well, I want to. I feel so happy.
Dougie. I feel happy, too.
Riley.
I've never been so happy in all my life.
We'll be back in half a minute. Never forget that Teal protects teeth from gum-line cavities. Cavities ground in by daily use of toothpaste or powders containing harsh abrasives. Teal cleans teeth without abrasives, protects teeth from such damage. T-E-E-L, Teal, the safe liquid dentifrice.
Oh, hey, come on. This is where we get off.
Oh, dear.
Come on. All right, down we go. Hey, Peg, did you notice on the desk there was a package on the empty seat next to me all the way here?
Why, of course, that package.
Sure, some dope forgot it. But you notice I left it there.
But, Riley...
I'm too smart. Nobody's going to stop me again. Honesty is the best policy.
But, Riley, listen. Where is the new suit you just bought?
Procter & Gamble, makers of Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, invites you to be their guests next week to hear the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix appears by arrangement with Hal Roach and may soon be seen in Paramount's The Blue Dahlia. The Life of Riley is produced for Teal by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozloff. Tonight's cast included Paula Winslow, Scotty Beckett, Sharon Douglas, John Brown, Bink Trout, Frank Nelson, and Elvia Allman. This is Ken Carpenter on behalf of Teal, inviting you to listen again next week. And remember, for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y Riley, and for lovely smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, protects teeth. Beautiful.
It's a washing miracle for silk, nylon, woolen, dishes.
What are you talking about?
Dreft. I'll spell it. D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Yes, ladies, and Dreft spells faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history.
That's true. Take lingerie, for example. Why, Dreft keeps my daily underthings fresher and brighter than even expensive soap flakes.
Right. You see, Dreft is different from soap. Dreft's rich suds rinse clean and clear. They simply can't leave any sticky deposit the way all soaps do. No wonder Dreft keeps lingerie, stockings, new woolens, prettier and brighter far longer than any soap could ever do. With Dreft, there's no soap fading.
Yes, and for washing dishes, Dreft is just unbelievable. Why, Dreft makes my dishes shine even without wiping. Every woman knows how dishes washed with soap dry with a greasy film unless you polish them. Well, my Dreft wash dishes drain dry, bright and sparkling. Even glasses sparkle without touching a towel to them.
Yes, ladies. Decide now to open up this bright new world of beauty for all your nice things, for your fine washables, for your dishes. So get Dreft in the bright green package. Dreft, Procter & Gamble's amazing suds discovery that gives you faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history. That's D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Next time you shop, get Dreft.
Remember, for laughs, it's the Life of Riley every week at the same time. Good night.
This is NBC, National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog his Lum, I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Lum and Abner are looking forward to an early starting date on the construction of their wonderful World apartments, since Squire Skimp informed them that his good friend, Gregory W. Dobbs, the building contractor, has offered to donate his services to the project. Their main worry now is to figure out some way of getting Cedric to move his tent, lemonade stand, and pinball machine away from in front of the store. As we look in on the little community today, we find the old fellows in their Jot 'em Down store and library. Listen.
For goodness sakes, look at Cedric out there. What in the world has he got all that red and yellow paint on his face for?
Oh, he thinks he's an Indian now, Lum.
An Indian?
Oh, yeah. Full-blooded Indian, he says. He's been living in that tent out there in front of the store so long now that he's got himself to where he thinks he's a sure enough Indian.
For goodness sakes.
Of course, I believe Grandpap actually put the idea in his head.
Grandpap did?
Oh, yeah. He showed Cedric some pictures of Indians in that book that Gilbert, the boy trapper, we got over in the library.
I saw them pictures.
Well, Cedric looked at that thing to where now he thinks he has to do everything he's seen in the pictures. First thing he done was get him a bow and arrow from one of the little Bates young'uns. Trade him 3 free games on a pinball machine first.
That's got to stop, Abner. That's all they are to it.
Yeah, a while ago, Cedric come in here wanting to get some seeds. Said he wanted to plant some Indian corn out there in front of the store.
Plant corn out there?
Right out there in front of the store he's going to put it in, he says.
Well, he ain't got no room out there to plant nothing.
I know it.
He's already got that little strip of ground so cluttered up with stuff a body can't hardly get in the store here.
No, and it's getting worse every day, too. You know how fat the widow Abernathy is. Well, she tried to get in here for about a half hour. Tried to get through them tent ropes and tent stakes and that clothesline that Cedric's got up to get in the store here. And finally, she had to give up and go back home and phone in her grocery order.
Wait a minute, that's our ring, Abner.
More
More likely some other customer couldn't get done.
Just about who it is, just about who it is.
Hello, jot 'em down, store and library. Lum Edwards, manager of the Wonderful World Apartments. It's going to be Bill talking.
Running our business.
Oh, hello, Squire. Yeah, have you heard any more from, what's his name? Yeah, that's it, Gregory W.W. Dobbs.
Doggies, I wish I had a name like that.
He is.
Sounds important.
Tomorrow.
Call me Abner.
Did he telephone you that? Well, good for him. Oh, yeah, we'll be ready to discuss the plans with him.
He can get in the store.
Fact is, Mouse has been drawing in all the changes I suggested, and you ought to have them done today. How's that, Squire? Well, we'll be looking for him tomorrow, then. Yeah, I don't know how to thank you for all you've did for us, Squire. Yes, it is now, and we'll repay you somehow or other. All right, Squire. Goodbye. Hey, did you hear that, Abner?
Is Mr. Dobbs coming here tomorrow?
Yes, sir. Right here to the Jot 'em Down store.
Good for him.
Wants to discuss the plans for the Wonderful World Apartments with us.
Well...
Yeah, I better get a hold of Mousy right away and see how he's coming with them plans.
Yeah.
Let's see, what is his ring?
Short and a long and a short, I believe it is. What kind of looking feller is that Mr. Dobbs, Lum?
I don't know, but I found you he's a big, important looking feller.
He is, huh?
Yeah, more likely wears neckties and all such as that.
Well...
A short, a long, and a short, huh?
Yeah, I believe that's it. I ain't for sure.
Hello? Who is this, Gussie? Well, this is Lum Edwards, Gussie, and I'd like to talk with Mousy. Oh, he has? How long ago did he leave?
No.
Well, he ought to be here any minute, then. All right, Gussie, much obliged. Goodbye. Ma? Oh, goodbye. He's on his way now.
Well, good for him. Lum, reckon has he got a big black beard?
Who, Mousy?
No, I mean that Mr. Dobbs feller.
Oh, him. I don't know what he looks like. I ain't never saw him.
Well, I believe he's got a beard. Just sort of seems like he ought to have with that name. Especially that WW part.
All I know about it is that he's got the biggest building contract there is in the country, and he's retard now.
Yeah, well, if he's retard, what does he want to take this job for long?
Well, it's just like Squire said. He thinks so much of this idea of the Wonderful World Apartments that he wants to do all he can to help.
He does, huh?
That's why he's willing to donate his services free for nothing. You can see what a good thing it is for the community.
Oh, yeah, well, it's a good thing, all right. I'll say that for it. Best idea we ever had in our lives. Giving every family in Pine Ridge a new modern apartment to live in free for the rest of their lives. That's a great idea.
Yeah, and then, too, Squire said this Dobbs fellow was sort of anxious to get back into the harness.
Yeah, well, he's more like... Get back in the harness.
Now, you know how a feller is after he's been away from his work for a while.
Well, what's the matter? Can't he afford no horses?
Afford horses?
Yeah.
I reckon he can. He's rich. He can afford all the horses he wants. What?
Well, what does he want to get himself in the harness in for?
I never said he was going to harness himself up. I just said he wanted to get back in the harness. That's an expression.
Well, it's the same thing.
It ain't no such a thing. It just means he wants to get back to his work.
Well, the kind of work you do in harness, Lum, is horses' work. Now, which part of the work does he do? Does he pull that there plow thing that digs the cellars, or does he haul lumber?
Oh, for goodness sakes.
Doggers, he must be awful strong. Either that, or he hitches himself up with another horse, one.
Abner, he don't hitch himself up to no horse.
What, does he do it by himself?
No, of course not.
Well, if he don't do it by himself and he don't hitch himself to a horse, well... Oh, just a minute here. Yeah, I see through your scheme, Lum Edwards.
Scheme?
Yes, sir, I see it.
What in the world are you talking about?
I ain't gonna do it. No, sir, I ain't gonna do it now.
You ain't gonna do what?
I ain't gonna let you get me in no harness with that Mr. Dobbs.
Oh, for goodness sake.
He thinks he's so strong, just let him pull his own plow, or whatever he calls that thing. You ain't gonna get me mixed up, Miss Long.
For goodness sakes, Abner, I don't know how you get such ideas in your head. In the first place, I never said... Wait a minute, there comes Mousy.
I don't care who's coming. I ain't going to be no horse. I can tell you that right now, Lum Edwards.
Well, nobody said you had to be a horse.
I don't care if them wonderful world apartments never get built. I ain't going to get no harness.
Abner, will you quit talking about harness and horses?
And I ain't going to do it.
You get something in your head, and you take everything I say literary.
Well, I ain't going to take my place at no wagon pulling it. I'll tell you that right now.
Here comes Mousy. Now, don't let him know what a idiot you are. Hello, Mousy. Come on in.
Oh, hello, Lum. Hello, Abner. Hello, Mousy. I ain't going to do it now, Lum. I'll tell you.
I know it. Have you got the drawings all fixed up, Mousy?
Yes, sir, I have. I made all the changes that you suggested, Lum.
Well, good for you, Mousy. Mr. Gregory W.W. Dobbs, a big building contractor, is going to be here tomorrow, and he wants to look them all over.
He does? Well, gee, I just hope I didn't get them dirty when I fell down.
Fell down?
Yes, sir. I tripped over one of those tent stakes out there a while ago.
Oh, for goodness sake, somebody's always tripping over them.
Yes, sir. Well, this was almost dangerous. I almost fell in the fire.
In the fire?
Yes, sir.
What fire?
Oh, Cedric says that he's an Indian and he has to have a bonfire so that he can give smoke signals.
Oh, for goodness sake. Now, that's the second bonfire he's made out there.
Cedric isn't really an Indian, is he, Lum?
No, of course he ain't.
I didn't think he was.
Grannies, we just got to get shut of him, and we got to do it before Mr. Dobbs gets here.
Yes, sir.
Imagine what he'd think if he walked up to the store and seen that mess out there in front. More likely turn right around and go back to the Empire State Building. Or if he did try to come in, more likely trip over one of them tent stakes.
Yes, sir. It's awful hard to get in the store here.
That tent's got to come down. I don't know how to do it, though.
Well, why don't you just go out there and take it down, Lum?
We can't. It's on his property. Well, see, we sold Cedric that little strip of ground ourselves.
Yes, sir.
We just done it to help him get a library card when we first opened the Pine Ridge Library here. Had to be a property owner here in Pine Ridge to get one.
Yes, sir. Well, if you just did it for that reason, why, he should take it down. Can't you reason with Cedric?
Nobody can't reason with that boy. I did everything under the sun to get him to move, but he's bound and determined he's going to live right there till the wonderful world apartments is built. Stubbornest one human I ever seen.
Well, would you mind if I went out there and had a talk with him, Lum?
No, go ahead. I wish you would. Won't do you no good, though. I can tell you that before you even get started.
Well, I'd like to try anyway. I think I can get that tent down. I'll be right back, Lum.
But you'll have to talk Indian language to him, Mercy.
Yes, sir, I intend to.
Wait a minute. Where'd you put the drawing? Oh, never mind. I found them.
Say, Lum.
Let me see here. See if you got the scenes and the drawings right.
Lum, now listen to me. I want to get this thing settled, Lum.
Get what settled?
I ain't going to get no harness now, Lum. I'll unsolve partnerships before I'll do that.
For goodness sakes, Abner, how many times do I have to tell you that you ain't going to get no harness?
Honest?
Honest.
Cross your heart?
Cross my heart.
All right, doggy, I'm glad to know I talked you out of it. Well, I never would have lived that down.
You wouldn't?
No, sir, just as sure as the world Elizabeth would have came along and seen me in that harness pulling the plow, and all the rest of her life she'd accuse me of doing a woman's work.
Man, you don't need to worry about that no more. Wait a minute, here comes Mousy back already. Mousy never done no good.
Well, look there, old Lum. Cedric's putting out his bonfire. Look at there.
Yeah, but that ain't enough. Well, how'd you make out, Mousy?
Oh, just fine, Lum. The Tent will be down pretty soon now.
It will?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure about it?
Oh, yes, sir. You just wait a few minutes. It'll be down all right.
Goodness, Mousy, you must be a genius.
Why, sure, yeah.
You must have put up some awful good arguments with him.
Must have.
You might have the makings of a lawyer, Mousy, if you can do a thing like this. What in the world did you say to Cedric, anyway?
Why, I just told him that he had his bonfire in the wrong place to give Indian smoke signals. He shouldn't have it right outside his tent that way.
Well, where did you tell him to put it then?
Inside his tent.
That's System, Andy? Well, how do you like that? That's the network we is on. The Amos and Andy Show, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, transcribed and featuring Johnny Lee, Tommy Moore, Roy Glenn Sr., Gene Vanderpyle, Mel Blanc, Charlie Cantor, Catman Crothers, Lud Bluskin's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Terrell, Amos and Andy. Well, the other day was one of those perfect days, and our friend Andy Brown decided to take a walk. As he was walking along the boulevard and bent over to pick up his cigar, all of a sudden around the corner came one of those racy sports cars. Oh, me. Oh.
You poor man. I'm sorry. Why, you stepped right in front of my car. Are you hurt?
As I heard. I must have a fracture that my tibia must be. I got a busted. I'm suffering from a.
Oh, you poor dear. Now, don't you try to get up. Now, I better check and see if you have any broken bones.
Yeah.
I don't find anything wrong with your kneecap. Now, let me feel your arm. Well.
Honey, would you do me a favor?
What's that, you poor man?
Would you mind checking my kneecap again?
Oh, my, you're delirious.
Delirious? I was practically out of my mind. What's your name, honey?
Nancy Van Dyke.
Nancy Van Dyke. That's a pretty name.
Now, here. Now, let me help you up.
Yeah.
Now, here, you put your arm around my waist. And I'll put my arm around your neck. Now, hold tight. Oh, you poor man, you're out of breath. Shall I call a doctor?
Don't be silly, honey. Three is a crowd.
So, isn't there anything I can do?
No, that's all right. My lawyer can phone your husband about the accident in the morning.
But I don't have a husband.
I don't have no lawyer. Come in, Abner. Hi, Kingfish. Hi. Yes, hey, what's this I hear about you being pulled over by the big heiress, Nancy Van Dyke? Oh, yeah, she's a honey, all right. You know, she was driving one of them foreign cars. I think it was a Jaguar or a Mercedes Benzedrine or something like that. Oh, yeah, Nancy Van Dyke. I've been following her career in the society pages. Yeah, well, she had her debut in 53 and she was engaged twice that year, 4 times in 54, and twice already this year. In the upper crust racing form, that fella has been to the polls 12 times and was scratched in every race. Well, in the great Paddock Notice marriage, I think I got her back in the stall. Well, I wouldn't be too sure, Anna. That gal's in change your mind, you know. She can't make up her mind. She changes boyfriends more often than you change your socks.
Yeah, but she says she's finally found the right man. Nancy say that I is the kind of man she's always been looking for. Somebody that's plain and simple.
Yeah, well, if she married anyone simpler than you, she'd have to spend a honeymoon in an institution.
Oh, yeah, we're really serious about each other, Kingfish. And look here. Look at that. See what I done bought? A engagement ring.
Yeah, sparkles. See, that's something. Is that a genuine diamond there?
Well, confidential, Kingfish. It's a synthetic diamond. The jewelers say it's what you call a jerk-on.
That's a jerk-on, yeah. You gotta be careful about them synthetics, Andy. When Tavern and I was first married, I gave her a string of artificial pearls.
Oh, the artificial kind, huh?
Yeah, one day in the beauty shop, she fell asleep under the dryer. Yeah, the heat got to the pearls and the paints run all over the place there.
Holy mackerel.
Oh, it was something, man. When she got home that night, we had to soak her down with turpentine. And it took her mama 2 ants, 3 hours to scrape her camisole off with 20 knives.
Yeah, well, if the heat affects jewels like that, I'd better keep the zircon in my pocket when I smooches with Nancy, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you're really serious about the gal, huh? I hope she's serious about you.
Oh, sure. She says she's going to have her mama over to meet me.
Yeah, well, I got her, see, Andy. The gal is young and pretty. You really plucked yourself a pippin in the garden of love. Not like the old airplane I hitched up with.
Well, Kingfish, it wasn't always that way, was it? What did Sapphire look like when she was 18?
47.
Thank you, Kingfish, for driving me up here to Nancy's house.
Yeah, well, don't mention it, Andy. Boy, this sure is a mansion she got here. Hey, see the lights on in the living room. I'll walk up to the front door with you. Take you all the way, you know.
Yeah, that's the stuff. I guess you got company. No doubtless her mama.
Yeah, I'll say, wait a minute here. Wait, look here. I noticed the living room window is open. Left eaves dribble here. Yeah, they're probably chit-chatting about you, you old rascal, you.
Yeah. Let's listen.
Oh, it was wonderful of you to drop over this evening. We have so much to talk about.
It was so charming of you to ask me, my dear.
Her mama sure got a deep voice.
Yeah, she almost as bad as that bullfrog I got for mama-in-law.
Let's listen again.
Get you up here. Mama must be tipping us. Well, then, I better get back to town. I'll see you later, boy.
So long, Kingfish. Well, I'll ring the bell here. Yeah, it'll be nice meeting the friendly. Go. Taking quite a while getting to the door.
Oh, it's you, Andy.
Yeah, how is you tonight, my dainty little debutante?
I'm fine, Andy, but I have company.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, well, come on in, Andy. I think you two should get to know each other.
Oh, sure.
Mr. Brown, it is my pleasure to introduce you to Percival Pierce.
How do you do? Charmed, I'm sure.
I was expecting to meet a much older woman. How is you?
Andy, this is the Percival Pearson. He's one of the most outstanding figures in American literature today.
Likewise.
I ran into Percival the other day, and he was so interesting.
Yes, after we met, we got to chit-chatting on the juncture between Voltaire and de Maupassant.
Yeah, well, don't you get chilly hanging around on them street corners like that?
Mr. Brown, I'm referring to the European conception of tragedy in literature.
Oh, and Percival, you explained it so beautifully.
Well, to me, in Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment, we see the Russian conception of tragedy, that man's suffering comes from within.
But of course now, in Les Miserables, Hugo portrays tragedy as the result of man's own greed and avarice.
Well, on the other hand, Charles Dickens illustrates that man's tragedy is caused by his social environment.
Have you done notice the mess that little orphan Annie's in?
Like to read a magazine or something?
Say, I was just noticing the time here. Ain't it getting sort of late, Mr. Percival?
Late?
Yeah. Don't you want to go to visit some of your pals? Dostoevsky or Liberace or somebody?
Oh, no. There's nothing I'd rather do than stay here and discuss literature with Nancy.
Yeah, but ain't there one too many of us here? If you know what I mean.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, it's been nice meeting you, Brown. Sorry you have to run along like this.
Yeah, what?
Well, I'll get your head in.
Well, wait, something went wrong here. Nancy, there was something I wanted to tell you here.
No, well, whatever it is, I'll call you tomorrow, and I'll see you to the door.
Nice of you to drop up, Brown.
Yeah, but Nancy,
Here's the door.
Well, anyway, I'm glad I didn't give her that engagement ring. I wouldn't want that Percival sitting with her in the living room melting my zircon.
Oh, dear. I wonder what the boys... I hear someone coming down the hall. That must be Andy now. Well, there, Gunson, J. Calhoun. Howdy, Calhoun. Now, how you, Kingfish? Say, look at here. Did you see Andy lately? Well, no. Last time I seen him was yesterday. He was on his way to get engaged up with that Nancy Van Dyke. Well, I just run into the poor boy, Kingfish, and I ain't never seen nothing as sad in my whole life. He was so low you'd have to stand in a hole to look him in the eye. Kingfish, I ain't never seen such a long face. Give him his melancholic that he got. What's supposed to give him that? Well, it's that fickle gal, Nancy Van Dyke. She done changed her mind again on what type of man she wants. She done throwed Andy over, and now she's running around with Percival Pearson, the big author and lecturer. Holy mackerel. Yeah, with that fella in the picture, why, she ain't going for any crude talking fella like Andy. You know it, too. Fellas like that fellas were really educated and cultured. Yeah. They say that boy got toothless he ain't never used yet. And he'd have to spend a fortune to bring himself up to that level. Oh, yeah, after all, he would have to spend, to get himself, he would have to spend, Hey, Calhoun, somewhere in that statement I detect a delightful fiduciary innuendo. Yeah, how much you think I could squeeze the boy for? Well, Kingfish, in the state he's in now, I think he could be squeezed like he ain't never been squeezed before. Well, around maybe $50 or $60 I ought to be able to educate Andy up. Yeah, give him a 2 or 3 day capsule education, you know. Put his brain on a level with this Percival fella. And that's what I'm going to do, yeah. I'm going to charge him that money and do that. You know, Calhoun, a fella is better if he stayed away from society. And what are you talking about, Kingfish? I'm mingled with the 400 all the time. Yeah, well, just last night I went to see that great Italian opera, Rigoletto. Oh, it sure was dramatic. In one part, a man comes out on the stage and whips out a dagger and stabs this woman 12 times. 12 times, holy mackerel. Yeah, then she turns to the audience and sings, Amor, Amor, Buongiorno, Pasta Azul, Lasagna di Morte. What does that mean? Has anybody got a Band-Aid?
Now, explain to me again, Kingfish, how you going to educate me up in 3 days?
Yeah, well, now, that's right, Andy. In 3 days' time, I'm going to have you talking like, Percival Pearson to fix someone at ransom.
Oh, you mean that I'll be familiar with all them writers like Solitary and the Mopey Pants?
Oh, yeah, Andy. I'll jam so much knowledge in that head of yours, you be so smart that, well, you'll be a summa cum loudmouth from the Phi Beta Kipper and everything else.
But listen, how are you going to do all that in 3 days?
Well, new method, Andy. Now, I've been studying over at Columbia University at night. Now, you have heard of dehydrated milk and dehydrated vegetables, dehydrated soup.
Yeah.
But this is what they call dehydrated education. You drink a little of it, and every time you drink a glass of water, you get smarter.
Yeah, well, if it's a new thing, why, I guess it must be good. Yeah, okay. Here's the $50, Kingfish. When do I start the course?
Thank you, Andy. Let me put it in the pocket here. Put it in the other pocket. Don't want to get it mixed up with my big money here. One of the beauties of this kind of education is that you can start at any time. Sit down right now, Andy.
Oh, wait a minute here. Wait a minute. You mean you don't have no big class or nothing?
No, Andy. With this new method, we have dehydrated the class, the books, the students, and everything else. Now, first, Andy, I'm going to give you the course in literature. I got some books here. Look at this one right here.
Yeah, that got a pretty cover on it, all right. Yeah, that ought to be good.
Yeah, look at that. And the title of this one is, this one is written by Socrates. Socrates.
Yeah, I hear of him, yeah. Wasn't he related to that other Greek, Acidophilus?
All the same family. Now, here's something that's better for you, though. Written by the great American author William Shakespeare, the infamous Barber Avon.
He's good, too, huh?
Oh, and Shakespeare was immortal.
Immortal? Yeah, well, I guess them writers live pretty racy lives, huh?
Now, listen, Andy, if you quiet down here so we can get on with the course in literature. Now, open up the book there.
Okay.
Now, here it is. I'll go read you some of this beautiful stuff. Let me see here. Yeah, here's a good spot. Start right here. Enter Romeo and Juliet at the window. And Juliet speaks. Wilt thou be gone? It is not yet near day. It was the nightingale and not the lark that pierced the fearful hollow of thine ear. Beautiful, ain't it, Andy?
Yeah, but what do it mean?
What do it mean? You mean just what it says. A bird flew in the window and smacked Juliet right in the ear.
Oh, yeah. Like the time that bat flew in my grandmother's bedroom and got in her transformation. Yeah.
Say, by the way, bats got fleas on them, ain't it?
Well, I guess so, because Grandma died in the 6th year of the 7-year itch.
Yeah, but back to Shakespeare, listen to this here. Oh, I cry every time I read this here thing. But soft, wet light from yon window breaks. See there, Andy? That's how the birds got in. They flew in through the broken window.
Holy smoke, these people is worse off than little orphan Annie.
Then the thing goes on here. Romeo stabbed some fellow named the Curcombe. Then someone stabs Romeo, and Juliet stabs himself, and everybody lives happily ever after. Well, so much for the course of literature. Now, is there any questions?
Yeah, can I have my $50 back?
Andy, you can't pull out of the course now. You done spoke Shakespeare here. Hey, you done signed up verbally.
Listen, Kingfish, if you don't give me that $50 back, I'm going to punch my fist clear through the back of your head, you hear?
Yeah, well, I can't give it back to you. That's done dehydrated with the education. Here's what's left, $25. I'll give you that.
Kingfish, the whole 50 before I start dehydrating the top of your head.
Okay, now, wait, don't take off your clothes. There he is. You're going to argue with it.
Kingfish, you ain't got no right to try and take disadvantage of me at a time like this. I really feel bad. I really am in love with Nancy.
No, you're serious, huh?
Yeah, Kingfish, and I'm going to do something about it, too. I'm going to do all I can to make myself a refined, cultured, and intelligent gentleman. You think I can do it, Kingfish?
Well, you might be able to improve your mind and the crew talking, Andy, but that body you got there is against you.
Pretty bad, huh?
Hey, look at you there, Andy, with them bags under your eyes. Them droopy jowls and that overlapping stomach. I tell you, I ain't seen nothing as baggy, draggy, and saggy since they took the Essex off the road. What's this you say, Andy? You done signed up for all the night courses over at the high school?
That's right, Amos. My crude talking days is over. And I spends the daytime building up my party over at the gymnasium on the boulevard, too. The one that's run by the X-Fighter. You know, they calls him the Yonkers Express.
Oh, yeah, the punchy guy.
Yeah, I tell you, I ain't losing Nancy Van Dyke without a fight. I is getting cultured.
You mean to say that you done signed up for every single course at the night school?
Yes, sir. It's something. I was taking history, literature, economics, science, French, grammar, and geometry.
Holy smokes, that must be a little confusing, eh?
Yeah, sure is. I started this stuff last night. In the geometry class, they set me up to the blackboard to bisect the triangle. I reached up, and right in front of the whole class, I done split an infinitive.
Class, come to order, please. Class, come to order. Last night we conjugated verse. The night before we diagrammed sentences. Tonight we shall take up the study of elocution.
Oh, yeah, I hear that. That's the stuff Benjamin Franklin invented with the kite.
No, it is the science of correct speech. Inasmuch as you have the floor, Mr. Brown, and now suppose you repeat after me. I shan't tread upon the grass when I walk upon the path.
I shan't tread on the grass when I walks upon the path.
Fine, Mr. Brown. Now, let us try another one.
Miss Cunningham, I wonder if I could be excused early tonight.
What's wrong, Mr. Brown?
Well, at the beanery, I done overhead on the lawn, and I got cramps in my solar plexus. Just got out of my history class. I hope I ain't late for my French lesson. Well, here's the classroom. Excuse me. Sorry I was late, Monsieur Pitard.
Oh, that is quite all right, Mr. Brown. The class has just been through the first exercise. I will go over it with you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I will ask you your name, and you respond in French. Comment vous appelez-vous?
Je m'appelle Andrew Walt Brown.
Oh, wonderful, magnifique, très charmant. And now suppose you sing the little French song for the class that we learned last evening after the lesson. You know, la 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 la.
Oh, yeah. Very Jackie, do me boo, ah, Christine, ding dong. Well, I punched this bag here in the gym for a half hour. I better go in the office and ask the Yonkers Express what I'm supposed to do next. The Yonkers Express is asleep there. I'll shake him. Mr. Yonkers. Hey, Mr. Yonkers. Hey.
All right. I'll knock him out the next house. No murder. I'll kill him. No.
Hey, you was in the gymnasium here. Wait a minute. I is Mr. Brown.
Yes. The one who wanted to lose all that edible poison. Look, first we'll skip rope, and then we'll go to the steam cabinet.
You want me to skip rope?
Yeah. Take this rope, huh?
Okay.
That's right. Now skip to the count of 20.
Okay. Here goes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 17, 14. Oh, well, let's go to the steam cabinet. And I gotta hand it to you. In 2 weeks, you was a changed man. You was as thin as a gazelle and charming and cultured. Yeah, where are you headed for now, boy?
Well, I plan to have Amos take me to Nazis in his taxi car.
really filled it up there, boy. You talking like you got a mouthful of Yorkshire pudding there. You in great physical shape, too.
Yeah, well, I've been on a diet, Kingfish. Nothing but rice, crisp, and skim milk.
Well, Nancy looking for a fellow that is as fine and smooth talking. You got it, son. You are more high-class than the Duke of Eatonburger.
Oh, you got it, Kingfish. I'm getting over there and see Nancy. Too sweet. I ain't seen her in 2 weeks, so I shan't let no grass go under my feet.
Boy, you really knocked yourself out to change for this gal. You really the type she wants now. Yeah, you're going to put that Percival Pearson in the shed.
Oh, yeah. Well, I better get up there. So long, Kingfish. So as the French say, keep a sip up a lip, on jowls, and all that stuff. Yeah. Well, here's Nancy's house. Yeah, the light is on in the living room again, too. Wait till I show that Percival fellow a thing or two. Oh, boy. I is just the type she wants now. Evening, Nancy.
Yes? Oh, Randy Brown, it's you.
Charmed to see you, charmed. May I come in?
Well, Randy, I have company.
Oh, I was looking forward to meeting Percival again.
Percival? I got fed up with him and all his corny books and education, and this is someone I just met. My new boyfriend. And he brought dinner.
Howdy, Clyde. Man, you must be from Squaresville. They got around yell. Give yourself a break and shake hands with the most. I got eyes to make you know it, Daddy-O.
Isn't he wonderful? If you could only be like him.
That's all. I'm going to squam down the path on the grass.
Hellotion, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program.
Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie!
Starring George Burns and Gracie Allen with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
100 million strong, that might just never go wrong. Vote for Gracie! Keep voting all day long.
Presenting our presidential candidate who just flew back from Washington, where she was the honored guest at the Women's National Press Club's annual dinner, Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen.
Thank you very much.
And now presenting her partner, who just got back from the opening of a meat market, George Burns.
Thank you, my friend, and you are my friend.
Oh, he is nice, your brother Willie.
I noticed that suit looks familiar.
Say, Gracie, we're all dying to know what happened in Washington.
Well, it's a long story, so I'll tell it.
Good.
Now, I met Mrs. Dewey, Mrs. Vandenberg, Mrs. Burton Wheeler, Mrs. Bennett Champ Clark, and I met, what's her name now? Oh, I know it so well.
Was she live in Washington?
Yeah, in a big white house.
Mrs. Roosevelt?
Yes.
I thought so,
Oh, George, you should have been at that dinner.
What would I be doing there?
Well, all the wives of the other candidates were there.
Well, I didn't have what to wear.
And you mean you had to stay home and watch the children?
Quiet. Gracie, you spoke at this banquet in Washington. What happened?
Yeah, tell us the details, Gracie.
Well, I got on the plane at Burbank.
Yeah.
Oh, and what a plane. The cutest pilot you ever saw in your life.
Gracie, the banquet.
Oh, I'm coming to that.
Oh.
He had blue eyes and brown shoes.
Nice combination.
Yeah, wasn't it?
Yes.
Say, Gracie, it was pretty cloudy that day. How was the visibility?
Oh, pretty fair. I was sitting on his lap, but he could see over my shoulder.
Gracie, the banquet.
I'm coming to that.
Say, George, if Gracie is elected, what are you going to do?
You think you're kidding, huh? I'm beginning to worry, too.
Well, don't worry. You can always write a column, and I can correct the spelling.
Well, thanks, kid.
Oh, and George, what a thrill I got. There we were flying 10,000 feet over the Grand Canyon, and the pilot let go of the controls and put both arms around me.
Did he start falling?
Oh, you said it, and I fell for him, too.
Gracie, did you ever get to Washington?
Well, where do you think I made that speech?
Speech?
Yes.
What speech?
At the banquet.
Well, what did you say?
Oh, coming to that.
Well, come to it.
And we flew over Texas. Freddie the pilot, you know, he's the pilot.
Yeah, so I know.
Well, he had a little trouble. He stuck his left hand out to make a left-hand turn and got it caught in the propeller.
Did he ever stick his right hand out?
Yeah, and Mr. Garner shook it for 20 minutes.
Well, that's fine.
I said, George, why is it that I always get dizzy when I'm up in a plane?
Well, Ray, it's the altitude that affects you.
Well, then why is it I'm dizzy when I'm not in a plane?
Maybe you were born that way.
Maybe you're right, old man. I know I was born.
Well, that's something.
Because I remember the stork made 7 trips with me.
7 trips?
Yes, my parents kept rejecting me.
Well, they shouldn't have given up so easily in cheerio.
Oh, cheerio.
Cheerio.
Oh, George, isn't that right, silly? You talk about one thing and he talks about something else.
But you're all right,
Yes.
huh? How about the speech?
Well, I didn't make that until I got to Washington.
Well, please get to Washington.
Coming to that. So the plane was going about 150 miles an hour, and we were flying upside down, and I said to Betty...
Wait a minute. You were flying upside down?
Well, it was raining, and I didn't want to get my hat wet.
Well, that's fine. A $10 hat and a $90,000 plane.
So I said to Freddie, that's the pilot.
I know that's the pilot.
I said to him, I said, stop at the World's Fair for a second, and we landed in front of the Hall of Mirrors.
You stopped in front of the Hall of Mirrors?
Yes, my nose was shining.
Oh, nuts.
So then we took off again and finally landed in Washington.
And you said goodbye to Freddie?
Yeah, but by that time we were engaged.
Well, did he give you a ring?
No, he couldn't afford a ring, so he gave me the plane.
Well, wear it in good health.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
And when I got off the plane, there were a lot of photographers there.
What happened?
Well, I took their pictures.
What about the newspapermen?
I interviewed them, too.
Did they ask you anything?
Did they? They kept firing questions a mile a minute.
Well, what do they want to know?
Whether Myrna Law has really got red hair.
And did you tell them that Hetty Lamar has a 20-foot fence around her house?
Yeah, and they couldn't get over it.
Lots of things I can't get over, too.
Say, George, when Gracie goes to Washington and you're off the radio, don't worry.
Who's worried?
Well, stop biting your nails and I'll tell you.
They're not my nails.
No.
No.
And they're not even his teeth.
No, quiet. I had to open my mouth.
I say, George, when Grace is elected, you'll be the first gentleman of the land.
Well, you don't know what that means to me.
And, George, as Postmaster General, I'll be glad to give you a job.
Thanks.
Why, you're practically one of the family. I'll make you a letter carrier.
A letter carrier?
Yes, brother, when she's president, you'll be left holding the bag.
Yeah, I can always get a job. I could try and... Hey, Frank, what does a letter carrier pay?
Oh, $1,800 a year and all the stamps you can eat.
Oh, goody, a thing like that, Frank, will stick to a man's ribs.
Say, Gracie, you went to Washington and met Mrs. Roosevelt and other important people. We're all dying to hear about it.
Well, I'm coming to that. So after we left the airport, I got into an official car and rode down Pennsylvania Avenue. And I was greeted by a man in a beautiful white uniform.
So
I bought a good humor from him, and I kept bowing and smiling. Yes, and I kept bowing and smiling to all the people, and the Republicans kept throwing confetti out of the window.
Well, that's nice.
And the Democrats kept throwing it back.
Well. They wanted to keep the streets clean.
Yes.
Oh, George, a street cleaner job pays $1,300 a year.
Will you go away? Will you go?
You know, Gracie, I wish I were with you in Washington last week.
Oh, so do I.
Must have been thrilling. I'd have given anything to be there.
Really?
Oh, rather. I love good humor.
Gracie, did you ever arrive in Washington?
Oh, I certainly did. I finally got to the Willard Hotel where the banquet was being held. And who do you think I met at the door?
Who?
The Secretary of the Interior.
The Secretary of the Interior?
Yes, and we had a couple of X-ray pictures taken together.
Well, I hope you remember to smile. And here's Truman Bradley, who will show you how to beat a certain skin game. Take it, True.
Wash day is certainly hard on your hands. Harsh cleansers and hard water and raw wind when you're hanging things on the line certainly do make your skin look red and chapped. So for real comfort, keep a bottle of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream near the laundry tubs.
Oh, Truman, you don't have to sell me on Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Remember, I'm Heinz Honey.
Thank you, Gracie.
Oh, I use it all the time on my strawberries.
Come on, Gracie.
Smooth Heinz all over your hands, arms, and wrists before you start and the minute you finish washing. Right away, good creamy Heinz soothes your tender skin. Heinz is really the quick comfort lotion. Extra creamy, extra softening, and it contains 2 vitamins, A and D. Every creamy drop of Heinz helps ease away that rough, sandpapery look, coaxes back a smoother, more comfortable feeling to your hands. You can get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at any toilet goods counter. The big dollar size is economical for family use, while the 10, 25, or 50-cent size is handy for your laundry shelf. Remember Heinz, H-I-N-D-S, and use it faithfully for softer, prettier hands. Now, Frank Parker.
Thanks, Drew. Tonight I'm singing a song written by Harry Warren, a young chap who's made it a habit to write hits. Beautiful ballad entitled Summer Night. Summer night, starry skies, you can see my sweetheart with 1,000 eyes. Why have I only two to behold 1,000 charms I idolize? Summer night, you arise, who come in her window when the day is through. She tells you all her thoughts in the fading candlelight. Summer night, oh how I envy you. Why am I so jealous of the moon? Jealous of a summer night in June. Why can they remain beside my darling while I must leave so soon? Summer night, you arise, you come in her window when the day is through. She tells you all her thoughts in the fading candlelight. Summer night, oh how I envy
Oh, Frank, that was grand.
You're just saying that because you think I'm wonderful.
Well, Frank, you are wonderful.
Let's go steady.
Oh, go away.
Isn't Frank Parker cute?
Yes, it's a little dreamboat.
You know, he'll be the first Postmaster General with mail pouches under his eyes.
Well, never mind this talk. When you got to Washington, did you make a speech, and what did you say?
Yes, Gracie, get to the point, will you?
Oh, the speech.
Yes.
Well, I was sitting on the dais in this big banquet hall, and when Mrs. Roosevelt got through speaking...
Gracie, did you meet a lot of people?
Oh, everybody. And when she got...
Did you shake hands with them?
Well, certainly. And when she
Could
got...
you tell which ones used Heinz Honey and Almond Cream?
Oh, sure. All of them had lovely hands.
Truman, I finally got Gracie where she's telling about her speech, and you're interrupting her.
Well, what are you getting excited about, George? How long can it take? I'm not talking about the dollar size. I'm only talking about the 10-cent bottle.
Oh, well, that's different. Gracie, what happened after Mrs. Eleanor Roosevelt's speech?
Well, they kept applauding and applauding and applauding, and there was nothing I could do but get up and talk.
What? They were applauding for her, so you got up and spoke?
Oh, sure. It was one of the biggest moments of my life. Well, if I hadn't been there myself, I wouldn't have believed it. Imagine me in Washington when the most important women in the country were gathered. There they were, hanging on to every word I said, and me trying to hang on to my salad. Oh, what a night. I'll never forget it. Why, it was wonderful. Just picture it. This is exactly what they said. Wasn't Eleanor Roosevelt charming when she made her speech? just simply wonderful and so down to earth. Look, Gracie Allen's getting up to make a speech.
Madam Chairman, members of the Women's National Press Club, Mrs. Roosevelt, and other honored guests. I hope you'll pardon me for reading my speech, but you see, I have to. Otherwise, how will I know when I'm through? Anyway, well, I'll just call you girls because I hardly know you well enough to call you ladies. So, girls, please don't expect me to tell you why I'll be the best president we ever had. There are too many obvious reasons why, and anyway, I'm too modest. It wouldn't be good to talk about politics either. I'm afraid you women couldn't agree with my opinions any more than you can with your own. And I certainly can't talk about the other candidates with so many of their wives here. There's no sense about talking about clothes because none of us can buy any till the campaign expenses are paid for. And as far as I'm concerned, I can't even charge them till I find out whether I'm going to be elected or working for a living. So I guess I'll just have to wind up talking about men and why they should be repealed. Now, don't think I'm counting the men, but it's time we had a woman president. Millions of people tell me that. Well, maybe not millions, but thousands, or anyway hundreds. At least my sister Bertie told me that. So what's my opinion against millions of people? So, of course, I won't be the first woman president. I'll be the first woman who's president officially. That's all. Now, we've been having unofficial women presidents ever since Martha Washington let George take all the credit. And in those days, there wasn't any Seattle to fly to, so she just ran a candy shop on the side. Where was I? Oh, yes. It's time we girls get together and go places. And why shouldn't we do our backseat driving from the front seat? Why are men the only ones who can get suits with 2 pairs of slacks? Because it's a man's world, that's why.
That's absolutely right.
Why, just the other day in Hollywood, a Scotchman he was in kilts and he got on a streetcar and an old lady in riding pants got up and gave him a seat. That's what this man's world is doing to us. But on the other hand, women will admit men aren't a total loss. Why shouldn't we? We're just as broad-minded as men, no matter how stubborn and narrow they are. Why, I'll be the first to give a man credit when he's done something really big, no matter how small it is. Even a man who gets to be president is surprised. His mother knows he'll be president before he's born, but he's never sure of it till he hears from Mr. Fowler. And to show you this is a man's world, just before dinner, Mrs. Burton Wheeler was telling me about her husband. On top of all his campaign worries, his chickens are a big problem. She says Mr. Wheeler's rooster has been lying awake nights trying to figure a way to produce better eggs and more of them. Then in the daytime, the rooster is so tired, the hens have to wake him up to crow about the eggs that they have laid. But our day is coming, we hope. Women in all walks of life know what time it is, even if they're a little late in getting there. And you wives know what's going on, even if you can't prove it. And, oh, it would be wonderful if men and women could play 50-50. But how can they? Half the time the men think they're right. Now, why can't men and women be as friendly to each other as women are? Take 2 women. There you've got the most beautiful friendship in the world as soon as they find out they both hate the same girlfriend. And that friendship can't be broken till they find out they both like the same boyfriend. But I guess it's our own fault. We spoil men. Well, we shouldn't say men are just grown-up boys. It's bad for the men and very discouraging for the boys. On the other hand, how can you resist a man who does sweet, considerate little things for you? Like Mrs. Dewey told me about her husband. Only last month, while she was carrying his armchair over to the window, she dropped her handkerchief and he picked it up for her. Now, you know, it's things like that that make men worth living. So, in conclusion, girls, I can't actually promise that electing me will make men any better, but don't forget this. The most annoying thing about men is that they're so hard to catch. So, girls, with me in the White House, you'll at least know where to look for them. Thank you. So, you see, Judge, that's
What happened?
Say, that was a good speech. How did they like it?
How did they like it? Well, I've never seen waitresses more excited.
Waitresses? What about those important women?
Oh, they'd gone home.
You mean you made the speech after they left?
Well, you know me, George. I'm strictly an after-dinner speaker.
Well, that's all I
Gracie, you wanted out here on the telephone. Omaha's calling.
You better hurry. It's a long distance.
Oh, no, it isn't. The phone is right out here in the hall. I'll be right back.
Did I hear correctly? Was that a call from Omaha?
Well, it might have been, George, but we thought we were playing Woods Could I But Kiss Thy Hand, O Babe.
And I thought it was Dipsy Doodle without the dips.
Oh, by the way, George, I may not be at rehearsal next Tuesday. You see, I'm taking swimming lessons.
Swimming lessons?
Yes. And you see, old boy, it'd be quite embarrassing for the Secretary of the Navy to be drowning all the time.
Well, don't worry about that, Ray. The fish will always throw you back.
Yes, and Ray, while you're down there, don't forget to call up Blue Point, 9908.
Who's that?
Minnie the Mermaid.
And if a man answers, it's Johnny Weissmuller.
You know, when Gracie's president and goes out fishing, I'm going to supply her with a submarine.
What's that, to keep the sun out of her eyes?
No, that's so she can see whether the bait is still on the hook.
I wonder who could be calling Gracie in Omaha.
Me too, George. I'd give the 25-cent bottle to know.
Well, I said, George, can a person get vaccinated against seasickness?
Yeah, but only on his father's side.
Why, Ray, don't you know that seasickness is nothing to worry about? Well, you know what hiccups are.
Yes, Frank.
Well, it's the same thing with bumps.
Look, let's drop the whole thing and not even talk about the Navy.
You mean goodbye, Mr. Ships?
Yeah, goodbye. Secretary of the Navy taking swimming. Oh, Gracie, who phoned you from Omaha?
Oh, I was talking to Dan, and I said to him...
Dan?
Yes, and I said to him...
Who's Dan?
Dan Butler, mayor of Omaha. And I said to him...
The mayor of Omaha?
Well, sure, every city has a mayor, you know.
Oh, thanks.
And they want me to hold my surprise party convention there in May.
You mean to say the people from Omaha actually want you to hold a convention there?
That's what Dan Butler said.
Have the people gone out of their minds?
Yes, but they'll be back in time for my convention.
St. Clair Lewis says it can't happen here.
Oh, it's going to be more fun. Union Pacific is going to have a special train for me. The mayor is having a special key to the city made for me. The businessmen are going to have torchlight parades for me. And the people will have street dances for me. Oh, there'll be about 300,000 visitors there to cheer for me. And my sister Bessie's going to be there.
Bessie?
Well, she's going to vote for me.
Well, then you can't lose.
Hello, Pris. Oh, hello, Bubbles. What's new since I've been gone? Oh, nothing much. But when I was crossing Vine Street the other day, I was hit by a truck. Hurt? Yes, but they'll be able to get it fixed.
Well, that's a load off my mind. Come in.
Pardon me, is Miss Allen in?
I'm Miss Allen.
Oh, Miss Allen, I met you in Washington last week.
Oh, I remember you. Congressman Boone.
No.
Oh, Senator Hatch?
No.
Oh, well, I give up. Who are you?
The good humor man. You forgot your chain.
Oh, isn't he honest?
And she's running for president.
Say, Gracie, he's got pretty eyes. Say, if you think his eyes are pretty, you should taste his orange sherbet. Well, tell me about the banquet, Gracie. What were the candidates' wives wearing? Well, I couldn't tell. They all had big signs in front of their dresses. Signs? Yes, saying, vote for my husband. And Gracie, what did you wear? Well, it was very formal, so I wore that evening gown with the champagne stains.
With the champagne stain?
Yes.
What was it, Mum's 1928?
No, Bessie's 1395.
That's the beer barrel polka dot dress.
Yes. Oh, it must have been a thrill meeting and talking to those famous women at the banquet. Oh, it was. I had the nicest conversation with a congressman's wife, and she was telling me about her children, and I kept asking her to pass the salt.
Well, that was a smart piece of conversation.
Yeah, well, I had to ask her 6 times. Even those congressmen's wives won't pass anything.
Bubbles, I've got a little news for you. Gracie is holding a surprise party convention in Omaha.
I love Omaha. I lost 3 pounds there.
Is that so?
Is it definitely settled, Gracie, that we're going to Omaha?
Oh, sure, Ray.
Well, then I'd better go home and start shaving.
Shaving? The convention isn't for 2 months. Is it going to take you that long to shave?
Or maybe longer, George. There's no blade in my razor, you see.
Oh. Well, you know that old saying, Ray. You can't get blade out of a turnip. How do you like that, Frank?
Anchor.
Anchor?
It sinks.
It does,
Say, Gracie, on that trip to Omaha, do you mind taking my mother-in-law?
Well, not at all, Truman.
But thanks. My wife and I'd like to be alone for a while.
We're not going to Omaha for 2 months, and everybody's getting ready.
So is Laura.
Who is Laura?
My kangaroo.
Your kangaroo. The one you're using,
Party
emblem.
Yes,
I thought
that's
so.
right.
Don't tell me a kangaroo is going to Omaha with you.
Well, she's home right now packing her bag.
She is, huh?
George wants me to do my campaign song again on account of he sings the chorus in it. Vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie. Won't you please give this little girl a hand? That's me. Even big politicians don't know what to do. Gracie doesn't know either, but neither do you. So vote for Gracie to win the presidential race. 100 million strong. That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Keep voting all day long.
Keep voting all day long. Keep voting all day long. Fill up the ballot box. Keep voting all day long. Gracie, Gracie, rock, rock, rock.
My friend, are you for Gracie? Well, thanks. Would you like to hear Frank Parker sing my song?
Ho, 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 Gracie. Oh, Figaro, Figaro. Oh, Gracie. It's awfully high, don't you know? I'm for Gracie. To lead the boys of Mary Chasey.
100 million strong.
That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Keep voting all day long. All right, George, here's what you've been waiting for.
Oh, vote for Gracie, so I can be by myself. Please vote for Gracie, so I'll be happy on the shelf. If she's elected, I'll be neglected. And I can stay home and play solitaire and keep that silly game out of my hair.
Vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie. The hands are the softest in the land. Vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie.
Now let's have Truman Bradley take the stand.
Why don't you be like Gracie? Be fair to yourself. Keep Heinz Honey and Almonds right there on your shelf.
Goodbye to Chapman.
Let's get together now and tap then.
And for a thrill and do, we'll tell you what to do. Vote for Gracie, and she'll shake hands with you. Vote for Gracie, yes, yes. Vote for Gracie, yes, yes.
If the country's going Gracie, so can you.
Hey! Vote, 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 vote.
Uncle Sam, let me paddle your canoe. I'm just like Joan of Arc, I hear destiny call. It's the call to the ballpark to throw out the ball.
Vote for Gracie, to win the presidential racing. 100 million strong, that's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie.
Isn't it thrilling?
Keep voting all day long.
Would you like a copy of Gracie's campaign song, Vote for Gracie? Yes, I mean the actual sheet music, complete with lyrics and verses. Well, here's how you can get a copy of this song. Just write your name and address on the back of a Heinz Honey and Almond Cream carton. The 25, 50-cent, or dollar-size carton, or 2 10-cent size cartons, and mail it to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California. That's all. Then in a few days, you'll receive your copy of Gracie's campaign song, Vote for Gracie. Oh, I almost forgot. This sheet music has a swell picture of Gracie on the cover, too, which shows how sweet and lovable Gracie really is in person. You can get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at any toilet goods counter. You'll find every creamy drop of this quick comfort lotion helps ease away that rough sandpapery look, coaxes back a smoother, more comfortable feeling to your hands. So get a bottle of Heinz tonight and use it faithfully for softer, prettier hands. And remember, write your name and address on the back of the carton and send it to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, and you'll get your own copy of Gracie's great campaign song, Vote for Gracie.
Thanks, Truman. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Well, good night. And when I'm in the White House, you're all invited to come and have tea with me. But don't forget to bring your own lemon as I'm cutting down on the budget, you know.
Good night.
Have you tried the new hand cream in jars, made by the makers of the famous Heinz Honey and Almond Cream? Just like the creamy Heinz, which you know so well, the new Heinz Hand Cream is a quick softener for rough hands. It's fragrant, too, and not a bit sticky. Makes hands lovely.
Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land.
Next Wednesday at this same time over these same stations, George and Gracie and all the rest of us will be back again, don't forget. And don't forget, for honeymoon hands, it's Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.